Honorable guests, ladies and gentlemen, let us please remain standing for our national anthem of the Republic of South Africa. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, you may please be seated. Thank you. We will now hear a short clip, which is the safety regulations for our event today. Over to the colleagues in the back. Thank you.
Your safety is important to us. The Piermont Group is committed to the safety of its guests and employees and asks you to please take note of the following safety information regarding evacuation procedures at this resort in the event of an emergency. Any emergencies will be handled by our emergency control team, supported by the SSF Emergency Services. In the event of a fire or any other emergency, the resort emergency controller will give an instruction to evacuate. Please locate the nearest emergency exit to you and exit in a calm and orderly fashion. Please remain calm at all times. Once outside the building, please make your way to the assembly point or otherwise directed to by our staff and remain there. Please adhere to any further instructions which may be given over the evacuation system. Do not come back into the building until the all clear is given. If someone is missing or requires medical attention, please inform our staff so that they may be seen to. Your safety is important to us, and we appreciate your cooperation. And thank you for choosing this Piermont Resort.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning to the Honorable Deputy Minister, Director General, Vice Chancellors, Commissioners, Ambassadors, Professors, Doctors, Thought Leaders, and distinguished colleagues. Welcome. Welcome to a moment that is far greater than the sum of its agenda. Today, South Africa does not merely host a seminar. South Africa and Africa hold the pen. For the first time in the history of the G20, the global spotlight falls on our Republic of South Africa and on our African continent. Not as a case study or a policy experiment, but as a sovereign contributor to the architecture of tomorrow. Let's congratulate South Africa with a round of applause. Thank you. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, this marks a turning point in the intellectual and moral leadership landscape of the global order And it falls to us. It must fall to us, those who gather today in this space, to write a different chapter. And so I ask you this morning, not just to participate, but to imagine. Imagine a planning state worthy of its people. Imagine a data ecology grounded in justice. Imagine a civil service unafraid of complexity because it is rooted in clarity. Because if we do not imagine, we cannot build it. And if we do not build it, this moment shall pass us by. So this is our chance, distinguished guests, Deputy Minister, not just to influence the G20, but to redefine what development means. When led by those colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, Deputy Minister, who have survived its absence. Deputy Minister, honorable guests, ladies and gentlemen, now nobody is going to introduce me as the facilitator, so apparently I must introduce myself. I am Dr. Anusha Naidu. I'm a public servant, first and foremost, with over 3 decades or almost 34 years of service in the South African public service. Currently, I serve at the Department of Public Service and Administration. And it is from that journey that I draw the profound, yet very humble privilege of convening this space with you today. So today's seminar is made possible through a robust collaboration among the Department of Planning, Monitoring and Evaluation, the South African Association of Public Administration and Management, and the Tshwane University of Technology. We must congratulate the Deputy Minister, the Director General, and our colleagues at the DPME. This partnership, ladies and gentlemen, is not merely just a relationship or some association, but it reflects precisely the kind of integration we seek as a country, as the government, as the public service, to model. And we must model this across government, academia, and the public service. Ladies and gentlemen, now I must hand you over for the welcome and opening remarks. I want to say by my Director General, but let's say by our Director General, Dr. Robert Nkuna, to open the day with institutional grounding and strategic clarity. Dr. Nkuna is a learned doctor with many, many years of experience and insight. And today, the great doctor then introduces to us the welcoming remarks and our Honorable Deputy Minister. Dr. DG, over to you, sir.
Good morning. Thanks, Program Director. You know, sometimes when people talk and introduce, you ask, who are they talking about, you know, until your name is mentioned. But thanks very much for the introduction. Colleagues, dear, we are here together for a purpose. We have been engaging with the SAPAM community for quite some time now. And a number of us, there are 4, 5 public entities that have formed this partnership with SAPAM. Is the Department of Planning, Monitoring and Evaluation, is the Public Service Commission, DPSA, the Department of Public Service and Administration, the PCTA, and the National School of Government. As these entities of government, we took a very deliberate discussion and decision that we are not going to work on our own because we are government, but we have to be part of a community of thought leaders so that we can benefit from the ideas that you all have. We have been saying that it is high time that we bridge the gap between academia and practice. We have to do that. There are a number of programs that are being implemented as part of this partnership, and I think as we move on, we'll have an opportunity to share in great detail, the kind of thinking that is coming up. And I think the culmination in the SAPAM annual event in September will also allow us that opportunity to talk about this kind of partnership. Now, this partnership cannot be about events, but it must be defined in terms of ideas. So this session that we're going to have today and the one tomorrow will be about the battle of ideas, where we are going to engage robustly on the kind of things that confront us on regular basis. Now, South Africa is the chair of the G20, as you know. So we are not going to take over in November 2025. We have already taken over. We are the chair. So when we meet like this, we are meeting as the constituent part of the chairship of South Africa. We have decided as a department that whereas the events of the G20 involve all member countries, it is also important to have our own caucus where we meet being ourselves on our own so that we talk amongst ourselves. And that will ensure that when we go to the next engagements that will be taking place with other stakeholders, with other countries, at least we have a sense of purpose in terms of where we stand. There is a danger of thinking about the G20 in terms of events or the summit to an extent that we negate robust engagements, first amongst ourselves and then with other stakeholders. Lastly, let me indicate that we are a country with 9 provinces, and it is very important, starting with ourselves, to ensure that there are activities everywhere in South Africa across the provinces. We must not say that we want our visitors, DM, to see South Africa when we don't want to see South Africa ourselves. When it is our turn to go to the different provinces, people raise issues. When we say, let's go to the Northern Cape, all sorts of things are raised. We are not going to do that. We will have to work together and ensure that all provinces must feel the hosting of the G20, be it in terms of the scheduled events, but also in terms of the outreach events that we are running on our side as the department, and indeed other departments have also been asked by the principal to do the same. The minister, in my case as a DG, has asked me to make sure that with our partners, we must reach all corners of the country. We have another interesting idea that maybe you'll buy into, particularly those from universities. We want to host postgrad students in the Free State, where we have conversations with the students on the work that we do as government and other partners, so that we engage them. Because most of the time when we talk about students, we only talk about fees must fall. But students are not only complaining about fees must fall. Students are also researching, asking very probing and complex questions. So on that note, on behalf of the minister will appear later on in one of the events that we'll be hosting with SAPAM, where she will be the main convener of that engagement, which normally takes place, is it September? Yes. So today we have a DM Seiso Mohai and DM Budimana Mena. And then the ministers will join us in September, so that this is a series of conversations that will culminate into that event that we all attend at the end of the year. So on that note, thank you, Program Director. You are all welcome. Let's have robust engagements as we are led by those who will be speaking. Thank you. Okay, I thought I would be given a breather for the big one. But colleagues, I have this singular opportunity to introduce our DM. Oh, we always say DM, and people may say, what's the Deputy Minister for Planning, Monitoring, and Evaluation. DM is a slang that we use in government. But our leader here is known in political circles, having been a youth activist for the longest of time. I think all the time you were a young person, you were active DM. So he has been very active in the ANC Youth League. In fact, it starts with his activism in the South African Youth Congress. It goes to the ANC Youth League, the ANC, on to Parliament, being an MEC in the Free State, and now in the current position, if I can summarize. And on that note, colleagues, allow me to invite him to address us. He's not going to leave after addressing. He's going to stay put so that you can also have an opportunity to engage with him. Thank you. Over to you, Tim.
Thank you very much, DG. And thanks to the program director, Dr. Anusha Naidu. I must be careful what I say because the program director is capable of coming back. So I really have enjoyed, I enjoy when you really facilitate the proceedings. I had an opportunity to go through the Codesa walk. So we are at a venue. I don't know, the choice of venue is that we must start seriously engaging in the discussions. We no longer now talk about the Codesa negotiators were talking about the future of our country, how the democratic South Africa should look like. So the architect of our democracy. Now we are exactly in a country that we envisaged, but grappling with many challenges that we are faced with. So I believe with government having committed to organize the national dialogue, and that we are here during in these discussions on G20, defining our position as a country and positioning ourselves much more better in the coming period. So really, I'm just saying on the lighter note, we are here, and it's an important venue always when you look at it historically, that there was much more wisdom here around by the leaders of our country. I would like to recognize the Deputy Minister, Manamela, who the DG indicated that will join us in absentia for now, and the Director General of our Department of Planning, Monitoring and Evaluation, Dr. Robert Nguna, Directors General and Heads of Departments in attendance, Chairperson of the National Planning Commission, Professor Maluleke, President of SAPAM, Dr. Khotso Shai, Vice Chancellor of the University of South Africa, Professor Lenkabula, and senior government officials, all valued partners, senior government officials. The debates, it is in fact a privilege and honor for us to welcome you to this important seminar. The Department of Planning, Monitoring and Evaluation, in collaboration with the South Africa Association for Public Administration Management, SAPAM, and the Tshwane University of Technology, the joint conveners of this seminar, appreciate your presence here today, and we are looking forward to brutally frank debates and robust engagement over the next 2 days. Many South Africans in whose name we congregate are hard-pressed on every side, but they have not lost hope The ideation at this seminar should advance innovations, primary research and development that changes the material conditions of the poor and the working class better. This gathering provides a unique platform for dialogue among key stakeholders, including government departments, the private sector, research institutions, institutions of higher learning and civil society organizations. Today we come together with a shared commitment to fostering economic growth, development, and stability through meaningful discussions and collaborative action. The question that beckons is, how do we ensure seminars of this nature are not just cozy corners of charter? How do we ensure that this seminar in particular is not just a talk, but responds to the triple challenges of inequality, unemployment, and poverty? This G20 seminar is a vital forum for generating valuable insights and addressing pressing challenges. It underscores the government's responsibility in ensuring that the needs of all citizens, especially the most vulnerable, are met. South Africa will continue to confront these challenges by fostering partnership across all sectors of society, acting in the interest of our shared humanity. The objectives of this seminar are focused on key areas that will stimulate vibrant and productive discussions among all participants. These include educating, providing insights into public policies, administrative processes, and government initiatives, encouraging civic engagement, inspiring active participation in public decision-making, and raising awareness of key societal issues, policy advocacy, addressing pressing social, economic, and political challenges while proposing actionable solutions, expert opinion sharing, enriching the discourse on G20 priorities and the global implications. South Africa's engagement in G20 is guided by 4 strategic foreign policy pillars. That's national interest, African agenda, South-to-South cooperation, and multilateralism. Our G20 presidency takes place at a time when the world faces a series of overlapping crises, including climate change, underdevelopment, inequality, poverty, hunger, unemployment, rapid technological changes, and geopolitical instability. While these challenges are global in nature, their impact is disproportionately felt, particularly in developing nations. One of the critical areas we must address is the persistent and deepening inequality that threatens global economic stability. G20 nations must place inequality at the heart of economic policy making, as disparities in wealth and development, both within and between nations, are neither just nor sustainable. The consequences of these inequalities are especially pronounced in Global South, where poverty, unemployment, and lack of access to essential services continue to hinder progress. A key focus of this seminar is the issue of sustainable financing for development and climate action. Insufficient and unpredictable funding exacerbates existing inequalities, further compounded by the unequal distribution of critical resources. In addition, many developing nations face unsustainable sovereign debt burden, forcing them to divert resources away from essential development needs. Addressing these structural challenges requires urgent global cooperation and innovative financial solutions. Public goods play a fundamental role in shaping a nation's developmental trajectory. In South Africa, where poverty, inequality, and unemployment remain pervasive, ensuring equitable access to public goods is paramount. These essential services provide a foundation for social well-being and economic empowerment. Beyond national borders, global challenges such as climate change and public health crises demand coordinated international effort to ensure effective provision and regulation. However, these efforts are often hindered by externalities, and the free rider problem, which complicate resource allocation. Addressing these challenges require renewed commitment to global solidarity and cooperation. As we navigate these complex issues, we must remain committed to building an inclusive and sustainable economy. This means fostering economic growth that drives job creation, reduces poverty, and alleviates the high cost of living. It also entails strengthening governance structures to build a capable, ethical, and developmental state. The Government of National Unity is prioritizing these goals, and we trust that these discussions in this seminar will provide valuable insights and contributions to these efforts. To conclude, South Africa is steadfast in its commitment to tackling the structural causes of economic disparities. We must work together to develop policies and frameworks that ensure equitable access to resources and opportunities for all. Through collaboration, innovation, and shared commitment, we can create a future that is inclusive, resilient, and sustainable. We are encouraged by this partnership between our department, DPME, SAPAM, and other academic institutions, the civil society, and non-government institutions available here, as we engage in dialogue to contribute towards South Africa's G20 presidency. And we are looking forward to a successful hosting of the prestigious G20 Seminar. We are looking forward to close and collaborative working relationship with you beyond the seminar and November G20 Summit. Our national hero, our icon, Nelson Mandela, reminds us, and I quote, "As long as poverty, injustice, and gross inequality exist in our world, none of us truly rest." I thank you.
Deputy Minister DG, my dear colleagues, sometimes when we come to these events, these seminars, we travel from far and wide. And it's easy to sometimes do like a 40 winks. And I don't imply winking 40 times at the Deputy Minister. I'm just saying 40 winks. Can we please, once again, give a resounding round of applause to our Director General and our Deputy Minister. Thank you. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. As a part academic, I can see we are now focusing. Eyes on me, thank you. So our Director General insisted this morning that we host postgraduate students, implying that they are our leaders of tomorrow. And let us shape and shape up together. Think about it, ladies and gentlemen, because we will take a Q&A on it. Thank you for your insights, DG. Our Honorable Deputy Minister put it very eloquently this morning, and I'm going to paraphrase you, Deputy Minister, and I think you knew I'm coming back now. Ladies and gentlemen, the DM said ethics, capability, professionalism. These are not just governance themes in our country. We've passed the governance themes. They are the very fabric, the very DNA of a developmental state. Both the DM and the DG reminded us this morning. As I said earlier today, let's have an imagination. Let's think. Let's come up with concepts. Let's come up with ideas and become after today's seminar, a think tank. So to paraphrase the Deputy Minister, let's think about something else now. So the DM is encouraging us to think about how the public service in South Africa, our public service, together with SAPM, together with academic institutions, TUT, etc., can become a catalytic force in planning, in innovation, but in also time-stamping our rightful place in Africa. DM, DG, ladies and gentlemen, our birthright is Africa. We are children of South Africa. I urge you, through programs like our postgraduate students, etc., that we make sure we leave South Africa in a place that is far better than we found her. That is our main obligation as public servants. So thank you very much to the DM and the DG. Ladies and gentlemen, we now move over to our next item. We now hear from a thought leader, an institutional voice who represents the intellectual conscience of our administrative future. Professor Mjanjwa, when I grow up, I want to be like you, Ma. I too want to be a professor. The vice president of SAPM, and you can imagine the long biography. So I asked a pardon today that I'm going to cut to the chase and say, our thought leader and institutional voice, Professor Nokuhanya Jili Mbanjwa, will reflect on the role of academia and professional bodies in producing the thinkers and the doers that we need for developmental stability. Prof, over to you, Ma. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much, Program Director, Dr. Naidu. I'm Nokuhanya Jili Mbanjwa. Let me start by recognizing the presence of the Deputy Minister, Planning, Monitoring and Evaluation, Honorable Seiso Mohai. Let me recognize the Director General, Dr. Robert Guna, in our midst, and also let me extend my greetings to all the representatives from the department, different departments, especially in government. I know there are representatives from DPSA, there are representatives from PCTA, there are representatives from NYDA, the states, South Africa. You are all recognized. There is Human Science Research Council, there is a Moses Kodane Institute, Research Institute. Thank you so much for coming in this G20 seminar. You are actually all recognized. And also our sister universities around Gauteng as well as other provinces. I know there is Tshwane University of Technology, UNISA, University of Limpopo, University of Mpumalanga, Northwest University, UP, UJ. Thank you so much for coming, and you are all recognized. So my topic, it is about the role of professional bodies in producing thought leaders and research that contribute in economic development as well as sustainability. As the president is not here, the president of SAPAM, I was telling the deputy minister, you know, he was like saying, he apologized that he did not recognize me as the deputy president. I was like, it is coincident anyway that I'm here, deputy minister, because I'm standing for the president of SAPAM, Prof. Shai, in his absentia, because he's currently away in China for another engagement. So that's why I was supposed to be here. So I'm actually acting on his behalf. With regards to the topic of the day, what is our role as SAPAM, and also generally what is the role of the professional bodies in actually producing the researchers as well as in contributing in our economic growth, development, as well as stability. Well, first thing first, I always refer to the professional bodies as, you know, the part of strategic planning, and also they are there to ensure that they upskills the skills of the professionals within their field. So obviously us as SAPAM, South African Association in Public Management and Administration, we are focusing more on the public sector practitioners as well as the academia of the public administration, because that is our area of focus. And we relate very well to lifelong learning. So once you are part of the professional body, you need to prepare yourself for lifelong learning, and also you need to be motivated by developing yourself both personally and professionally, because in the professional bodies you find like the academic people as well as the practitioners who are always there and willing to actually develop themselves. And we are the implementers of the National Skills Development Strategy. As you all know, that currently we are working toward ensuring that the public service is professionalized. So it is part of the NSG, National School of Government, to ensure that the people within the public service, they are not just competent in terms of skills and qualification. As the Deputy Minister was saying, we also look at the issues of ethics. We also look at the issues of attitude, the behaviors. We look into those things, and they contribute a lot in delivering high quality services to the people. So that way we come in as the professional body to ensure that our practitioners, the academia, they are actually well competent in terms of those particular qualities, not just qualifications, as well as the skills. Then we have the continuous professional development. And in that particular mandate as the professional body, we ensure that we have different activities, like the activity we're having currently on the G20 Seminar, advancing solidarity, equality, as well as sustainability, in ensuring that we actually enhance our economic growth and development. This is part of the activities that we as SAPAM, we actually ensure that we contribute, so that at the end of the day, there will be continuous professional development. We also have seminars, lectures, we also have conferences, we also have workshops, as well as short courses, obviously in collaboration with different stakeholders. For instance, the likes of DPSA, the likes of National School of Government. So we host those activities to ensure that there is continuous development, and that continuous development also contributes into our economic growth, the stability, as well as ensuring that our profession is actually having the professionals who are competent enough in terms of attitude as well as their behavior, in terms of being ethical leaders as well. Then we are saying these particular criteria within our body, within our professional body, they are actually very critical, because they will also determine how we serve our people, how we deliver services to our people, which also include, ensuring that there is high quality, there are standards that we adhere to ensure that we serve our people well. And in most cases, a formal qualification cannot ensure that we achieve the professionalization part of the practitioner or a professional part of a public servant. So that's why we have these particular bodies, the professional bodies, which includes SAPAM as our association. You cannot get these particular competencies even in the textbook when you are studying, but then it is based on the professional development, continuous professional development of the individual, and it is part of national framework of professionalization of public services, which is pillar number 4. It is talking about the continuous improvement, of the practitioners, continuous development of the professionals. Then the topic was actually twofold. It was based on ensuring that the professional bodies, we have the thinkers, we produce thought leaders who can actually assist in ensuring that there is research that contribute in our economic growth, development, as well as sustainability. So what I have been highlighting, it is actually based on ensuring that we have these thought leaders, and these thought leaders, they assist our government in terms of ensuring that there is high quality services that is actually produced within different public sectors. But also, the second part of my presentation of my topic, it is based on our contribution now in terms of research. Because even this seminar, it is actually a 2-day seminar. The second day, which is tomorrow, it is more of a research day. A research day where different scholars from different universities will be sharing their practical evidence, their empirical evidence, as well as recommending the solutions that can assist in addressing the challenges that we're currently facing, which mostly it is about, the inequality, the unemployment, which are part of the challenges that we are talking about in this particular seminar. So here I'm saying, even day 2 of tomorrow is contributing in our economic growth, is contributing in the development, and is contributing in stability, because we will have this dialogue, we will hear the findings of different research projects that will assist our government to actually come up with practical solutions with regard to our problems. And we, as SAPAM, we also have the research and development committees. And the research and development committees, they have a civic duty as well to tackle the issues, for instance, of corruption, for instance, of crime, for instance, of lack of professionalism amongst the practitioners in different sectors. That is our role as SAPAM. How do we enhance the professionalization of our public services? Then we, in collaboration with PCITA, for an example, we identify the students amongst different universities, and that contributes in the economic growth. We offer them internships. Normally it is a 2-year internships. They are able to acquire experience. They are able to get a stipend. It is through SAPAM as well as PCITA. Obviously, we cannot do it alone as SAPAM because we are just a non-profit organization. So we don't have much when it comes to revenue. We rely more on the membership fees. However, through partnership with various sectors in government, then we are able to do all these activities. So we thank PCITA as well for collaborating with us in terms of assisting those students, and we place them in different organizations. For example, NYDA, they have our students there, but then they are paid by PCITA. So it is our role as professional body. We also have a role in terms of ensuring that there is quality in the curriculum. There is quality in the curriculum in terms of its relevancy. With the delegate from PCITA, Mr. Tulani, we're talking about how can we enhance the skills of our graduates, of our postgraduates, to remain relevant. And that's where we come in as a professional body. That's where PCITA as well comes in to say, how do we ensure that the curriculum is current, the curriculum is talking to the needs of the markets, so that at the end of the day, we can always have the people with relevant skills. Then we are saying we emphasize on the current trends as SAPAM, and we ensure that we upskill, we learn and unlearn in order to ensure that we remain relevant. Well, lastly, colleagues, I was given only 10 minutes. We also contribute in terms of government policy development. We advise our government in terms of, the different policies, and also we propose guidelines and way forward on how those policies can be implemented and how they can assist in the current challenges. Hence, we contribute in the economic growth. We also contribute in development, and we contribute in stability. We are having the conference, DG, Dr. Robert Nkuna already said that this year, SAPAM, South African Association of Public Administration and Management, will be hosting a 24th annual conference. And the conference will be taking place in Thohoyandou, Limpopo, in September. So please, we are looking forward to see you, all of you there. And again, the agenda is continuing. It is about ensuring that we present research, we share research that has got impact in our economic growth, impact in our development. So please come join us in that particular conference. And I also encourage those who haven't yet joined SAPAM, so please look for our association in our website and also communicate with our executive director there, Prof. John Mulepe. He will assist you in terms of how you can join our association. There are so much benefit and there are so much engagements that can assist us to continuously learn and to continuously develop ourselves as public practitioners as well as academics. Thank you very much, Program Director.
Thank you so much, Professor. Deputy Minister, DG, colleagues. The conversation, the narratives this morning is getting really interesting, right? So let us show that kind of zest and determination, and let us give another round of applause to our professor. Thank you so much. But indeed, it also signals that we are tackling, DM, some of the most complex issues of our time. And when we present, sometimes it seems like it's so simplified. But indeed, it's some of the most complex issues. And it's a testament to our shared commitment. And we've heard it this morning from the DM, the DG, and the professor. A shared commitment throughout our land, not just with a few institutions, but with almost every institution that wants to join us. So today we have chosen dialogue over distance. I want to paraphrase you quickly, Prof, and I hope I can do justice to you in 3 sentences to say solidarity, equality, and sustainability, ladies and gentlemen, are not just thematic words. They are the tests, Deputy Minister, of our leadership maturity. So today, we must unpack how state capability, research, and collaborative planning, professional bodies, and the importance of keeping abreast with your professional standards in your professional environment, and as we continue to professionalize an integrity, ethical, capable, developmental, and accountable state. Now, all of these, ladies and gentlemen, and to probe your thinking a little bit, can either bridge, DM, or betray these ideals. Ladies and gentlemen, moving on then with our program, Our G20 presidency is not only symbolic, it is indeed strategic. Ms. Josephilda Ntlapo Shlope, Acting Deputy Director General at the DPME. Ladies and gentlemen, you did pick up that DM, as DG said, is not like direct messaging or direct mailing, ne? All right. DM stands for the Honorable Deputy Minister. And DPME is not about DP me, like Deputy President me, but DPME is in the Department of Planning, Monitoring and Evaluation. Will now share with us the preparatory work that is shaping South Africa's G20 platform. And this we would do, colleagues, anchored in solidarity, equality, and sustainability. Now, while we hand over to our DDG, and as we progress through the day, as much as the seminar, ladies and gentlemen, is quite academic, theoretical, practical, I urge you, we must also be happy and have fun as we learn. For me. Thank you, for me.
Good morning, colleagues. I recognize the big people on my left. As he is setting up, just to ask people and to find out if we are all awake, considering that we had to wake up at 4 o'clock in order to be on time here, may I ask, who remembers what the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa is to us? It's not a true question. I'm fine. I'm going to pick on people. Yes. I'm picking on Stella. She should know. She does this for a living. Stella, what is it to us? Scream, use your shop steward voice. No? All right. What is it? Talk to me. She's not saying what it is. Yes, please answer when I'm Prof.
It is a supreme law of the country. Yes, and we need to actually be abided by the Constitution. We need to ensure that we follow what is there in the Constitution. Even our policies, they need to be aligned with the Constitution. So that's why it is a supreme law.
Thank you very much, Prof. It actually defines who we are. That is the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa. The preamble, Prof, you started, you say, it says we the people of South Africa. Amongst other things, it talks about respecting others, it talks about healing the divisions of the past, but it also talks about building a united and democratic South Africa, able to take its rightful place as a sovereign state in the family of nations. So were we going to approach the G20 differently? No, we were not, because we are guided by this foundation that, as Professor said, says this is who we are as the country. So it doesn't matter whether there are negative winds of change that are suddenly talking about solidarity, trying to build a more equitable world. It's no longer fashionable, but that doesn't matter because we are not to be shifted away from who we are as the Constitution says we are. And that is what the that's what we decided going into the we is all of us as South African going into the G20. So what is the G20? It's a group of 20 most powerful countries. It was founded in 1999. I would ask people, but I see that many of us were not born in 1999. I would ask, why was it founded in 1999? And people would not be able to respond. But it accounts for over 90% of the gross world product. So it is really rich, really powerful countries that are part of the G20. So while South Africa is the only permanent member of the G20 from the African continent, what happened in the Indian presidency? Let's see if people did their homework. Yes, yes, sir. Use your shop steward voice. Exactly. So the African Union became part of the G20. And whilst the G20 does not have any enforcing mechanisms for decision taken, it is extremely influential as it works to address major issues related to the global economy. And then people will ask, where does the DPME, in particular the Development Working Group, come in if we are just talking about the global economy? It is because you are not growing the economy for growing the economy's sake. You are growing the economy because you want to enable development. You want people to be the best that they can be. Since 2008, remember it was founded when? In 1999. But since 2008, it then became at summit level with heads of state meeting at least once a year to agree on a variety of things that had been discussed, debated between the Shepherd track, which is the one that talks about development in anything development, and the finance track, which talks about the finances of the world and ensuring that the world continues to produce the wealth that is needed for what? For development. So the presidency rotates annually, and the hosting country becomes the secretariat, assisted by the Troika, so assisted by the oncoming president and the previous president. So guess who's assisting us this year? It's Brazil and the US. So it is very interesting, colleagues. Extremely interesting presidency. So what were the priorities for South Africa even before we unveiled the themes? What did the president at UNGA say about our G20 presidency? He said, and I'm quoting him directly so that I don't use my Zulu to interpret the English and it becomes something else. So I'm quoting him directly. He said, we must commit to systems for financing development that are more accessible, agile, and equitable. So he did not say we tweak here, we tweak there. He called for systematic a change. And then he says, we as South Africa are going to use this presidency to do what to the global south? To lift the issues of the global south. And in saying that, he also then said, we welcome the Pact of the Future, because in the Pact of the Future, it says there are a variety of interventions that will help to take together to build a world in which the equal worth of everyone and the equal worth of every country is recognized and valued. So he then further says, from the Pact of the Future, we as South Africa, because he speaks on behalf of all of us, particularly welcome the commitments to place poverty eradication where? At the center of our efforts to ensure that no one is left behind. Yes, that's what the president said. And then he also further, in the G20 high-level opening session at the UN, he said, We convene the Pact of the Future, and then the things that he mentioned at that particular time as one of the extremely important issues that South Africa will be speaking to during South Africa's presidency. He said, we will prevent and combat transnational organized crime and related what? Illicit financial flows. Remember this, colleagues, because when we come back and talk about the development working group, we will all then recognize where we got the mandate from to have the priorities that we have as the development working group. He then said we will take concrete actions to prevent people from falling back into poverty, including by establishing well-designed, sustainable, and efficient what? Social protection systems for all that are responsive to shocks. Then he went on to talk about public goods, in particular, digital public goods. All of this, colleagues, it's extremely important that you will remember, because it will help us understand how we came up with the priorities that we came up with as a DPME drives the development working group. So what is the theme? We all know the theme. We can sing it. Is as we sleep, it's solidarity, equality, and sustainability. And there is no way that it could have been anything different, because not only because of the four themes that the DM talked to that drive our international relations engagement, but because the Constitution itself, which is who we are, says this is what we must do in order to belong to the family of nations. So what are the high-level deliverables that we as South Africa are talking to? There is the first one, Task Force 1. I don't know if people can see. Oh yeah, people can see. It's legible enough, except for those who are over a certain age. There's nothing that we can do to help them. But Task Force 1 is about inclusive economic growth, industrialization, employment, and reduced inequality. And that inequality is not only within individuals, but it is also within countries. It was spoken about here. The second task force is about food security, and it builds on work that was done by Brazil. Just to also say that even Task Force 1 builds on work done by the previous presidencies. And then Task Force 3 is artificial intelligence, data governance, and innovation for what? For sustainable development. So then we also are going to do a quick review of the work of the G20 over the 20 years, and it's named the G20 at 20 years. In other words, we are hoping that the group of 20 countries will become learning countries. We know what works, we know what doesn't work, we know what we must do differently in order to make this G20 be what it is supposed to do, not replacing the United Nations in any way, but being this force that shapes, influences, etc., for the good of all. So we also are going to be looking at establishing a cost of capital a commission, extremely important, because as you know, as developing countries, we pay more for the same amount of debt than the rich countries, and there are a lot of reasons for that, and one of them is maybe asymmetry to information and so on. But we're going to look into that, and then we are going to strengthen disaster resilience and response. We see what happens every year, in particular from your province, Prof, but other provinces as well. So how do we respond? Should we start from scratch every time, running around? No, there must be a very clear methodology of a response, particularly because most of these disasters are caused by climate change, which is a global crisis. We will be mobilizing finance for just energy transition, and this is even more important now than before, because what has happened in relation to just energy transition and our big neighbor, of the West? No, people are shy. But this is extremely important because of the happenings with the very, it's not a neighbor, but a very across the seas. And then harnessing critical minerals for inclusive growth and sustainable development as an engine for growth and development in Africa. Again, extremely important. We have the most minerals, so we will be trying to ensure that there is a lot more of a beneficiation happening here than us taking it, throwing it to the West. The West brings it back as perfectly manufactured goods at 10 times the cost or even more. So just to show that we truly are developmental going forward, I thought maybe I should take extracts from the various working groups. There are many working groups, so I just chose some, not all. It's the agricultural working group that will be promoting policies and investments that drive inclusive market participation. We all know how unfair these, there's 1 minute they are encouraged to join the market, the next thing you can't export for phytosanitary reasons that there's a small dot on the orange, you can't export it, and so on. So we will be looking at all of those, empowering youth and women in agri-food systems, fostering innovation and technological transfer in agriculture and agro processing. Just to say that all of these, though very, very progressive, are not necessarily one will not say that everyone will welcome them, and it's going to be a very interesting presidency, colleagues. Then there's the anti-corruption working group that strengthens the public sector by promoting transparency, integrity, and accountability, increasing efficiency of asset recovery, and so on. Then there's even the cultural working group that safeguards the restitution of cultural heritage. We all know a lot of our masks, etc., are everywhere in the world. We were lucky we were able to bring back some of our artifacts. Other countries are still fighting to have them brought back. Disaster risk reduction and digital infrastructure working group. There are many working groups. This is just an excerpt of some of the working groups in the Shepherd track. Then I go straight to extracts from the finance track. Here it's the finance people. So they are trying to ensure that the international financing architecture responds to the needs of not just the developing countries, but the world as a whole. So we'll be talking about strengthening MDBs, multinational development banks, for strengthening for development and generally strengthening the global financing safety net, etc., as well as the infrastructure working project, which will look at the pipelines, blended finance for infrastructure, etc., etc. So, colleagues, this means that the civil servants who are driving all of these various working groups must work very hard and ensure that this very progressive agenda that South Africa has put on the table happens. The working very hard means that we really must try and ensure that it is evidence-based. That is where the role of the academia comes in, and the T20. We must ensure that we also form alliances, have talks, bring us back to this venue. For those born after, and they won't know what talks were, but yeah. So there's a lot of that needs to happen if South Africa is to be is to make real this progressive agenda. The other reason why South Africa must ensure that this is stamped, this developmental agenda that ensures that no one is left behind, is firmly stamped. It's because it is the last of developing countries after Brazil, India, and Indonesia, Going forward now, it will be the USA, Britain, Canada, and so on. So we're hoping that once we put this foundation, it will be possible for them either to pick it up and run with it, like we have picked up and taken many of the themes to their logical conclusion of the previous presidency. For example, the Africa infrastructure theme that we will be running with South Africa was started in 2017, I think, in the German presidency. However, it was not picked up and implemented as it should have been. So we are saying, colleagues, we've got something here that is supposed to work. Let's make it work and ensure that infrastructure in Africa is taken where it should be. So, colleagues, again, why do we bother? Here I'm giving examples of things that were approved at the G20, signed off by ministers as well as heads of state, that are beginning to yield benefits for all of us. The BEPS is an example here that has been able to unleash a lot of resources for our development. There are other policies that are slowly beginning to ensure that we live in a more equitable world. And remember what the president said, it is about systematic change. It's not a legal project here and a legal project there. Just to remind colleagues that we have had many legal projects here, many legal projects there for the G20 that might or might not work. One of them is the e-skills for girls in one of the G20 presidencies. We don't know where that is. We do have, by the way, and this is extremely important to note, we do have a method, we call it an accountability, a framework, that where we say this is what we said we are going to do, and this is where we are. As colleagues and scholars in monitoring would know, it is extremely difficult to monitor if there is no target and there is, so here we say we shall make sure, let's say, which one will I make an example of? Let me go back to the e-skills for girls. We did not say we shall train globally 500,000 girls and ensure that they are part of the infrastructure as it relates to e-skills. No, we just said we will have e-skills for girls, and then we went away to try and then start again making sure that there are targets, etc., etc. So it is extremely difficult, and unfortunately for us, colleagues, 2025, it was agreed that we shall have this review and evaluate, and as well as ensure that this accountability metrics is populated. So that is the additional work that we are supposed to do. And guess whose responsibility that is? It's the Development Working Group's responsibility, teaching. So there, colleagues, is, and what is South Africa doing? I was supposed to talk on preparation. I went on and on about the themes. Preparations, there are over 100 meetings that are happening all over. The first few were virtual. Now we are moving into the physical spaces. It is not easy. Already people are raising, particularly, they are not too friendly to issues of solidarity, issues of trying to make the world a better place, issues of gender. So yeah, so we've started having the physical meetings, and we meet. There's an IMC that was set up, and we meet regularly to ensure that there is this cross-sectional information flowing. Thanks, colleagues. I could see that she's already started.
Thank you very much, DDG, DPME. Colleagues, we can do better. Another round of applause. I'm wondering why, DM, everybody is getting excited in the room, but it seems like because we're moving closer towards tea, right? Yeah. All right, ladies and gentlemen, what if, just what if, DDG, that solidarity, equality, and sustainability are no longer an ideology, but an infrastructure? Right? Very quickly. What if solidarity, equality, and sustainability is no longer an ideology, instead, but an infrastructure? So, DM, I know the colleagues may be thinking, what is she going to say next? Joburg is cloudy. Pretoria, we had the sun. So, DG, what color is the wind? Now we laugh. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. We're now going to open up, if we can start with our mics. And we do apologize. We started a little bit late. We would have liked to take much more Q&A. So this part of the session, we didn't have a Q&A, if you look at your agenda. But we thought, seeing that we do have the Honorable Deputy Minister and the DG on stage with the Professor, the DDG, a little bit of not exploring, but exploiting may be good. So you see, I get away today because I'm the facilitator. Tomorrow I got to go, yes, Minister, yes, DM. So ladies and gentlemen, with that, we're only going to take maybe 2 questions, pardon me, but at the next session, when Prof. Halima comes on, very good colleague of mine, we're going to be expansive and we're going to do a lot of dialogue and a lot of engagement. Okay, thank you very much, Prof. Halima. You're going to do that for us. Let's take maybe 2-3 questions. So if I pass you, I've passed you. Shame. The next bus is coming after lunch and we'll take it from there. We're going to start from this side, all right? Okay, Prof here. Prof, right? And the lady in the back. We've got 2 already. Thank you. And our panelists are going to answer, not me, right? So you're taking notes, colleagues. Thank you.
Thank you very much, colleagues. My name is Rasigan Miraj. I'm from Tshwane University of Technology. I think you've raised with us some of the critical issues that do confront us. But in terms of us mobilizing responses to this, I think it remains largely still open. And especially as we heard, both in terms of our lofty ambitions from where we started to where we are today, confronted by not just the contradictions of what we ourselves have failed to transform, but the fact that these are manifest in global systems. So the question I want to pose is the extent to which we serve the purpose of being a motive force, even not only in transforming our local circumstances, but being a beacon for change at a global level, such that we all come to maybe enjoy a better life for all. Thank you very much, colleagues.
Thank you, facilitator. Thank you to the rest of the panel. All protocols observed. I'll just like to pass as a comment. Well, my name is Tafadzo, I forget. My name is Tafadzo, and I'm a senior lecturer and a researcher at the University of the Free State. So my message, or comment rather, goes to Dr. Robert Nkuna regarding the capacity building sessions with the postgraduate students at within the Free State province. So I think it would be we also have the Free State chair chapter for SAPAM with us. So it's almost like the rest of the provinces, especially the previously disadvantaged ones, have been a part of the program, and we have Free State on the other end only recently joining the train. So it would really be acknowledged and beneficial to the students, because we're sitting with a lot of students that end up just coming for postgraduate studies, not because they want to, but because they're either unemployable or they're either, just stuck at home. But now that you raise this, this point, it is commendable, actually, DG. So, we speak about graduate attributes, we speak about employability, and then we sit with these students. They are not a part of these kind of platforms So you bringing, yourself down to the province, down to these postgraduate students would actually be plausible. Thank you.
Very much. Can we maybe have one more right in the front? And then, colleagues, we'll get the responses because I don't want to be the person keeping you from tea. And then after tea, we'll go on to the next very exciting session as well. Thank you.
Thank you so much. My name is Zeph Ntlego. I'm with the DBSA. I am worried about two things. The first one is that there's not enough time to do a lot of things between the summit. November is just now. Second thing is, I don't think anybody is picking up our proposals after this for the next few years, quite frankly. So what are the handful of things that we want to deliver by November? Can we, because a lot of things have been mentioned here, but can we begin to move towards that direction? Even if it's not the proposed final list, but just an indication. Where are we trying to get to? Thank you.
Okay, thanks, colleagues, once more. Just maybe quick comments or responses from my side, and the DM will then round up the session just with in summation. Now, let me start with the postgraduate student A1 that we're doing in the Free State. Again, as I've said, everything that we're doing now is not an event, but we are beginning to also start institutionalizing certain things here in South Africa. We learned during the World Cup, there were certain things that we're not doing, but we started doing. So every time we have a big event, we also learn new things that we have not been doing and start doing ourselves. As this department, we have never engaged with postgraduate students, something that we need to do as government. We send young people, you know what professors do on campuses. They say to young people that don't research about the DBSA, because in your life, you are unlikely to meet an executive like you at that institution. So just research on a topic that will allow you to finish school so that you can then interview friends in the courtyard, because that will allow you to finish and get a PhD. When a DG, of course, does a PhD, research about ministers, because the DG can grab a minister out of the cabinet room for an interview. So that affects the quality of the research that young people are doing. So inspired by the G20, we then say we want to start in the Free State a process of engagement between us as government, the public administration, and the postgraduate students across the country in a very organized way, systemic way, and so on, so that we can also advise them on the kind of topics, on burning platforms, the kind of things that they need to pick on. So this is one of the green shoot of what we are trying to do. Now, Dr. Ntlego, to answer you again on your question, the outputs will be twofold. The outputs will also be things that will become aware, as I was indicating, and start to do on our own, even without the international guests joining us, where we say, hey, this thing means this and that and that. When I met with you and the other people in the sphere of developmental financial institutions, we made a call that the DFIs must come to this space for the following reasons. One, to intellectually stimulate the kind of discussions that we are having, because you play in that space of development finance. But also to forge partnerships that only you can do under the auspices of the kind of things that we are doing, and say, under the cover of the development working group, we as DBSA, and we ask DBSA to lead us in that space, to identify pathways, the kind of partnerships that we need in this space to address our own problems, even after the summit. So the DBSA is playing a very big role in this exercise, and you will see that when we go to the bigger meetings of the working groups that will involve other countries, where we rely more and more on institutions like DBSA. To round up, to look at the broader issues of how we inform the agenda, but also what can we steal, what can we get in the processes to do that. So as DPME, we don't want to be overly prescriptive to everyone and say, thou shalt. What DPME is saying is we want to stimulate conversations so that even on things that we need to do on our own, they must come from this platform to say, why can't we also do this? Why can't we try this and that and that and that? Whilst at the supra level, we will have to identify the kind of agenda items that inform and influence the entire global agenda. And the same goes for, before I hand over to the DM to round up, the same goes for what you are saying. Look, we are faced with a challenge that in terms of our economy, we're not where we're supposed to be, and we're trying our best, as you will see with the medium-term development plan that will be available on the website of government, on the kind of things that we're trying to prioritize. But even as we do so, we take a view that we cannot turn away, as the ADDG was saying, on what our constitution says and become something else. It's not going to be pap and flesh. It's going to be very difficult. We may find ourselves in a skorokoro road where we are on our own. But those issues must come from this plenary as to how do we navigate difficult pathways when we're talking about public goods, when we know that our partners in the G20 do not necessarily agree with us. So I'll ask the DDG if you want to say something, and then we wrap up with the principal.
Thank you. But I think it's important to note the efforts that the country is taking, the attempt to institutionalize long-term planning. And very soon, I think we are left about 5 years or 6 years before the 2030 vision, we wrap up the first cycle of planning, which I believe that it will reveal very important lessons. Why is it that we unveil a plan and we still are in this situation? That many of the targets that were flagged in the plan reflect poor performance overall, if you look at it. But I believe that researchers, various institutions of higher learning are going to delve deeper in why in the plan that we have had, the performance of the country may not have reached up to the level that is desired. We're projecting that the economy will grow by a certain percentage in order for us to be at a particular level in terms of our GDP, the targets that we set in our economy. And we're still very much in a very sad state as a country. And I agree with you, Prof, when you say some of these issues are because of the manifest of the global systems. And this is the position our country finds itself in. We're today talking, having ambitious plan. For instance, we unveiled the MTDP. It's important how we conduct ourselves in the implementation of this 5-year program, 2024-2029. It will be an important program. How we socialize it within institutions of higher learning, within research institutions, within non-government organizations, how we socialize this plan, how in fact this plan doesn't just remain just a reference point when we speak, but as is implemented, we are able to reveal areas which we have to stay on that are producing or yielding results. So that we don't wait for the 5-year period in terms of achieving the MTDP, because it is meant to serve as a catalyst towards achieving many of the national NDP areas that are cited in the NDP. So it's important really that we focus our attention as we do. And many of the things Prof raised, we need to train young people to be able to acquire knowledge, imbibe theories, apply the theories to real life problems. I think we really need to be able to encourage that. Our desire to interact, open space with institutions of higher learning, with research institutions, is to live true to what the Department of Planning, Monitoring and Development, Monitoring and Evaluation should do. What are we monitoring? What are we evaluating? So surely we should be interested to look into key policy areas that our country has adopted and that should be implemented. Because we have adopted a set of policies and the problem is largely in the implementation. So we have to look into those areas to attend to the chronic problems of failure to implement in the country. Today we are still a country, despite budget cuts, we're still a country that has got chronic under-expenditures. Government departments across board do at times return monies unspent in very critical areas of our work. So I think we have really to grapple with these issues, deal with these issues, no longer theorize, look into how, for instance, we work at various levels, TVET colleges, what role, what do we do, are we able, our education system, as it stabilizes, is it able to produce as many as possible technical schools to address what problems? So we have to relate to the issues. I believe that we really should pay emphasis on the MTDP, not shy away to look into the targets that are made in the MTDP and the performance of our government across board. Of course, we know 2024 elections heralded the era of government of national unity. There are times when there are breaks in continuity, and I'm happy that I was not asked a question whether the budget will be passed soon in Parliament. But there are a couple of issues, I think, that we have to learn to work and develop trust. But the biggest trust will derive from the plan that is based on evidence-based kind of policies that stands out the test. Even if any party would win elections, but the plan will stay the course because of its credibility. Thanks.
Thank you very much, DM, and thank you so much, DG. Ladies and gentlemen, for our panelists, we're going to be giving gifts. It's just going to take a few minutes, but we do know that the DM and DG are going to declare it, so there's a gift register. Please, Mark, come on stage. Shirley from the SAPM office. Give the lovely lady a big round of applause. Thank you so much. To our Deputy Minister, the Honorable DM. Thank you. Camera action here, thank you. Sure, can somebody please inspect the bag to make sure it's safe? It's for our Honorable DM.
I really trust the bag. Last time I received something, it was really for tools of trade.
Well done, thank you. To our DG, What did I say? My DG. There you go. Prof. Vice President SAPM. Professor, you're one. Thank you very much. And SAPM, while you set professional standards in professional bodies, please make sure everybody there too declares their gifts. The last one over to our own acting DDG, ma'am. Thank you. A smile for the camera. Ladies and gentlemen, now we're going to break for a 15-minute comfort, just for you to go and get a little bit more happier on the outside and come back. Please return promptly, ladies and gentlemen, at 10:55. I must have you back so that we can have a dynamic panel discussion on integrating public goods, development finance, and social protection across sectors. Ladies and gentlemen, just a minute for our DM, DG, and colleagues to exit the stage. Let's give them a big one. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we are about to start. Ladies and gentlemen, we are about to start. Thank you. Please settle down. Can we please ask DPME, Ms. Josephilda, to come on stage? Mr. Risenga Maluleka on stage. Mr. Tulani Chefuta on stage. Doc Zef and Leku on stage, sir. Ambassador Mohammed. Ladies and gentlemen, Prof. Halima will take you through the next segment of our seminar. And I'm going to introduce Prof. in 2 lines because of time, just to say that she is a professor. And you heard this morning, I am a doctor. So it's no wonder that I'm at the bottom of the stage. And apparently she takes the top stage. But be that as it may, we must leave nobody behind. So can I join you there, Prof? Professor is very learned, a scholar in many, many institutions, a scholar who has written many, many books, articles, published scholar. In other words, in the academia, and it seems like we got too much academia today, so let me be clever, DM, and say scholar does not mean school-going child. Scholar means that professors have a little bit more what we call brain cerebrum than doctors. But anyway, colleagues, having said that about the prof as well, let's also say that the prof is first and foremost a public servant that does civic duty. Now, how humbling is that? Over to you, my dear professor. Thank you. You were supposed to give me a round.
You won't get past that one without Doctor giving you a reminder. Thank you so much, Program Director, Dr. Naidu. A special greeting to our Honorable Deputy Minister of Planning, Monitoring and Evaluation, Honorable Seiso Mohai, DG, Dr. Nkuna, SG, Mr. Maluleke, Vice President of SAPAM, my sister, and incapacitating the state, because that is what we do, Professor Jili Mbanjwa, distinguished professors who are here, many of my colleagues, thought leaders, because I take that everyone who is in this gathering is a thought leader, and we need that leadership in you to drive this agenda that we are facilitating on today. As I've been introduced, I'm Professor Halima Kunyute. public servants foremost, 25 years in public service. I was very honored that when I was introduced to the Minister for Formalities this morning, Deputy Minister rather, he reminded me of my first public service duties as the first human resource manager at National Parliament. They used to call me Isipepo because I was responsible for actually the change management at National Parliament at that stage. So I hope he has good things to say about me. I have been tasked to facilitate the strategic panel today, whose topic is positioning public good, development finance and social protection as the center of development agenda. Coordination, integration, and alignment between multi-party stakeholders. I think for me, as a disclaimer, I want you to listen to this one very importantly, especially the graduate students, because my DG as well, Dr. Nkuna, has directed that you know, the young students need to be capacitated differently by being part of us as government. Listen to this disclaimer because I have something very special for you. As I'm driving the session, I'm a giver, naturally. So as I'm driving the session, at the end of it, I'm going to allow you a special space to participate by answering a question that I'm going to ask. Now, that's why I want you to be vigilant, because I'll be giving to you one of the books that are published in 2019 on capacity of the state towards your resource books. So let me get right along with the task at hand in facilitating this very important panel, and just to introduce my panelists again. Ms. Nhlapo Hlophe, who's supposed to be also joining us, I'm told, from the Department of Planning, Monitoring and Evaluation, that she'll be giving inputs, but she would be coming on stage a bit later. Mr. Resenga Maluleke, who's our SG and not Secretary General, my terminologies, it's our CREM. He's the Statistician General from Stats SA. Mr. Tulani Resufa, Chairperson of PCETA, Chairperson of CETA, representing civil society. We have here with us today very important dignitaries. DBSA, Dr. Zef Ntleko, Chief Economist from DPSA, and from our international community, Ambassador Mohammed Yaslem Baysat Dich, who is a Sahrawi Arab Democratic Republic representative. This penciling the inclusivity of this engagement, as our Deputy Minister pronounced earlier on, we need to have meaningful conversations that have a voice of all our stakeholders, so that when we champion the agenda as government, it has at its core the voices of all our stakeholders, so that we are meaningful, so that we are impactful, and we are driven by research in terms of the decisions that we make as government. This in line with capacitating each other comprehensively, because I believe that as we are here today, we're going to be gathering intelligence towards us understanding the concept of the G20 at its heart, and we would want to take our government to where we want it to be. I think the presentations this morning really set the tone in terms of how we should actually walk this journey, learning from the mistakes that we've made in the past as a country, because we need to be mindful from where we're coming from and how we step forward as we meaningfully move to the future. The G20 has a pivotal role in ensuring that power dynamics do not undermine progress. Research suggests that strong multilateral agreements and diplomatic negotiations remain essential. to maintain an inclusive global economic order. However, we leverage on the G20 to reinforce international cooperation whilst we safeguard, and yes, we have to safeguard our national interest so that we do not get swallowed by this huge international ecosystem that we are in. And amongst the components that we are going to be touching on, and I will allow my esteemed panelists to get into that, we'll be talking about strengthening multilateral cooperation for development finance, climate change as an economic and social imperative, and the ecosystem planning, surpassing existing developmental models, because obviously we champion our work through the research, and this is at its core models that we need to follow, as the DG mentioned, to be able to align ourselves and monitor and evaluate, because that is important. Redefining the status quo for inclusive growth, which means that the status quo has long capitalized over the functioning of the communities, and its voice is very important. Advancing solidarity, equality, and sustainability, because we need to be sustainable moving forward. And heading to the next government elections and this current term of administration, we are understanding the key imperatives that have to be here is researchers who are going to append certain perspective based on evidence and the research that I have done. So each panelist will have approximately between 12 minutes, and if you can save us some minutes, because I know others are very strategic in the way they present their work, to provide to you their findings and resolves and presentations, after which I'm going to hopefully make sure that you, as the participants, have an opportunity to engage with what they have presented to you. So without further ado, may I then call on Mr. Risenga Maluleke, our SG, and I'm saying Statistician General, you Secretary General from Stats SA, to provide his input. If they can please assist.
Minister says Mohai in the planning department, but also my fellow panelists certainly would not beat me up when I go back sitting that I don't acknowledge them one by one, but I take note particularly of my brother and friend, Ambassador Mohammed Yeslem Biat Daesh, who we have a long history and a long standing, not only as persons, but as a country. And in the words of President Mandela, we should always know, especially as we are in the space of this G20, that everyone, including every nation, must be able to choose their friends. So we're very happy that we remain friends. I'm going to talk about statistics, and I want to say, for those who have never liked numbers when they were at school, I'm not a very good public speaker, but I will make it so easy. When I say on the left, on the right, just follow me. And then when I say this color, just follow me. Because my teacher, when I was in primary school, used to tell me that when you know the answer, raise the right hand. When you don't know the answer, raise the left hand. So when inspectors came, the teacher would only point those with right hands. South Africa is a country of many possibilities, and as we talk now, it has 63 million. I know that there was a lot of noise when the census came out from some quarters that it can't be 62 million, it must be 61 million. The municipalities and local government have been saying, we even expect more, so imagine we had to cut the numbers. So I can assure you that the numbers are solid. We had the highest undercount in the history of census taking in South Africa. but we have been able to adjust for that. We counted 42 million people, but when we adjusted, we came to 62 million people. And that was in 2022. As of 2024, we are sitting at 63 million, and the mid-year population estimates will come out in July this year to tell us where we are. What drives our population is births. We have generally, if you look at the number of births, we have about 1.2 million births in South Africa, and deaths are about 550,000. And when you look at migration, the difference between those who leave and those who come, net migration, we benefit about 160,000. So what drives our population growth is births. But where are these births? Let me start off by explaining there's a concept called fertility, Prof. Fertility is the number of live births born of a woman in her lifetime. We don't use men as a measure of fertility because men are never a reliable indicator of fertility. If you don't believe me, wait until you go to their funeral. You will hear children emerging. The women, regardless of the father, stay with their children all their lives. So the point is, if fertility is sitting at 2.1%, if it's sitting at 2.1, not percent, if it's sitting at 2.1 and below, we have reached fertility. It means that if me and my wife give birth to 2 children, we haven't contributed to the population, we simply have replaced ourselves. So the point is, if you look on the right-hand side, you will see the Western Cape and Gauteng are below 2. So they are below replacement. So the drivers that are actually increasing our population are on the left, Limpopo, Eastern Cape. If you don't believe me, just look at who's talking to you now, you will know. We're still on numbers, right? I said, I promised you I want to make numbers lovable to all of you, right? Yeah, but let us look at what is happening. In 2023, nearly 8 million children aged 0 to 17 years, that is 38.1%, were staying with households headed by grandparents. So because of our migrant labor patterns, we have this challenge. Of course, every province is increasing its population. But when you look at those who move out of that province and those who go in, only those ones, we can see that Gauteng is leading, followed by the Western Cape, and the losers are largely your Limpopo, Eastern Cape, and the Free State. We are looking internally. What happens is that while Limpopo has the highest fertility, what they do is that they supply Gauteng with the population. And then Eastern Cape has the second highest fertility. They supply the Eastern Cape. And 50% of people who come from outside South Africa choose Gauteng as their destination. As you will see in the next slide, which shows where the people are moving to Gauteng. At the bottom, you will see a big bar moving to Gauteng. It's people coming from outside South Africa. And in the middle, you will see that Limpopo is the biggest contributor to the population of Gauteng. And indeed, when we look at our population structure, we know that at some stage, coming out of 2002, we have seen the number of deaths rising, especially 2006, 2007. At the bottom, the lighter color is deaths that were caused by HIV. At the top, the darker color is the total number of deaths. But you can see that at the bottom, the lighter color is becoming smaller and smaller. It's because people are not dying anymore because of HIV, because they access ARVs. That is why you see our population again takes a hump. Even during COVID 2021, on the right-hand side, you will see that hump that shot up. It was during COVID in 2020, 2021, where we saw a number of deaths increasing, but HIV-related deaths continue to decline. Now, let us look at what is happening in South Africa. Income. Prof, when I must stop, you must tell me. When you say I must stop, tell me 3 minutes before so that I can round off. Yeah, I can jump to the end of my presentation. Income was sitting at 75,000 in 2006. It's now sitting at 204,000. But as it sits at 204,000, the biggest provinces with the highest income are Western Cape and Gauteng. Western Cape's average household income is about 356,651 rands. It's actually 3 times the income of Limpopo at the bottom. Look at Limpopo at the bottom. So Gauteng and the Western Cape have lower number of fertility, but they earn a lot more. I guess a lot of you here from Gauteng are earning a lot more. But look at Limpopo and the Eastern Cape, which have the highest fertility. And their average income, household income is less. So when you look at the per capita, it's actually low. That's why people always move away from these rural provinces to the urban provinces. And of course, we are saying that income, particularly for males, is the highest versus women. Look at males. Their average income coming from salaries is sitting from work, 176,000, whereas for women, it's sitting at 93,000 rands. And of course, the low-income household earners rely mainly on pensions and social insurance. Social insurance includes stokvels in the event you don't think those stokvels are very important. Close to a quarter of the white-headed population households were found in the upper quintile. It means the white population group is relatively wealthier compared to any other population group, especially when you compare on the right-hand side, you can see 73.2% are in the upper quintile for the white population group. Look at the black Africans on the left-hand side. The upper echelon is only 13.7%, followed by the colors, followed by the Indian population group. The Indian Asian population group is catching up with the whites in all aspects of life in South Africa. Let us look at income. Income for the whites, the black dot. I told you I'll tell you colors. The black dot, income for whites households is sitting at 676,375,000. Their expenditure is 409. So they have more than 260,000 of disposable income, which they can invest or send anywhere. Look at the Indian Asians. They are the next ones. Their income, black dot, 417,000. Expenditure 285,000. Look at the colored population group, 260,000. Look at the dots, they are becoming narrower and narrower. When you go to the black Africans, income 143,000 actually. Look at compared to what the white population group is earning on average. Look at the expenditure. The difference is about 35,000 rands. And then when you have 35,000 rands, where are they investing when others have more than 260,000 rands to invest at the top? Now, where the lowest decile, that is if we group them in the lowest in terms of groups of 10, cereals and related products make the bulk spending for in terms of food in relation to those that are relatively poor. And if you look, when you look at that, the lowest decile, those include bread and rice and everything. Whereas the wealthier, they eat healthier food. The majority of you eat green salad here. Housing and food represent 68% of the expenditure for the poorest. So housing and food. So the poor people only live in their houses to eat, followed by transport and to travel. Yeah, because they are always looking for work. Am I about to finish? How many minutes? She said, I have 4 minutes, so I'm going to skip a lot of slides. Prof, by popular vote, the masses, by popular vote, the masses are refusing. She says I have an extra 5 minutes. We can't overrule her. She has more time to manage. Right. Yeah. Let us go to poverty. I just want us to talk about, when we talk about poverty, we look at it at 2 levels. Moneymetric poverty. That is the amount of money that we can compare with other countries. So look at the yellow line in the middle. The National Development Plan says we must track lower bound poverty line. Anyone in any household who doesn't earn 1,109 rands is considered poor in our country. Anyone who doesn't earn 796 rands, it means they are likely to be vulnerable to hunger. It's food poverty line. Don't ask me, I often get asked if I think this 350 rands is enough or not. It's not my space. In South Africa, you keep left and pass right when you are driving. I keep in my lane, and I don't talk into people's lane. I only produce numbers. So by 2015, 40% of our population was poor. 2025, we are coming back later in the year, June, July, August. We are coming back with new estimates. We will tell how many people are poor. But we have what we call SAMPI, South African Multidimensional Poverty, where we look at health, education, living standards, and economic activity, particularly to look at those free basic services that government is putting. So while 40% in Manimetric, $1, $2 a day are poor, but when we look, thank you. When we look at the SAMPI, when government is intervening, we started with poverty sitting at 2001, 17.9%. We are now on the right-hand side sitting at 7%. We are actually below the global poverty line at MPI, multidimensional poverty, because that one is 8. So now, what are the drivers of poverty? It's lack of education and, of course, unemployment. When you haven't gone very high with education, you are not likely to get a good job. And as such, you are likely to be poor. The two of them contribute about 63%. And of course, we often get asked whether, in terms of grants that have been increasing from the bottom, 2003, all the way to 2023, you can see the two lines at household level at the top, the black line, the red line at individual level, including the social relief of distress grants in 2020, from 2020 onwards. And you can see the numbers have been increasing. I often get asked, do you think it's sustainable? It's not my job to answer that. What I can tell you is that as the people who are gaining or receiving grants are increasing, vulnerability to hunger is declining. So that intervention by our government is working. Where are the people who earn? Gauteng and the Western Cape, again, are higher than national average when you look at salaries in terms of income. On the left-hand side, you see the light blue color, you will see. But the two provinces that are below 50% are Limpopo and the Eastern Cape. They rely mainly on grants, remittances, pensions, and other sources. And of course, if you look at Gauteng and the Western Cape right at the bottom, from the left-hand side color, you can see that they're above the national average, with the Western Cape going as far as 68.6%. Prices. When we come to prices, even when we say CPI is declining, I know the Reserve Bank governor is always pressurized. People will write in newspapers, we know the statistician general has raised the CPI. We want to see if you will lower interest rates. And I usually say, the Reserve Bank governor doesn't look at month to month. He looks at the behavior of the CPI over time, plus the way our economy is behaving. So if I were him, I would not just lower interest rates all the time, because when you lower them, people go into debt, and especially in the income and expenditure slide that I have shown earlier, the majority of people are not living on savings, so they would be trapped into debt. So I would not just lower interest rates all the time. I'm not the Reserve Bank governor, but I'm just saying that prices, look at the colors. Decile one is the orange color. Look at inflation is the dotted line, headline inflation. The yellow, orange color, it shows that prices are hitting the poor the most. Most of us here are reading our newspapers on our phones. We have already communicated, done our banking. The poor have to move from a rural area to go and queue in the bank, to buy a newspaper, to do everything they have to transport. That's why they spend their money on food, housing, and traveling. National economy, and I'm about to conclude. 2 minutes I have. She says I have 3. This man is going to go. Yeah. Let us look at our economy. In the fourth quarter of 2024, it grew at 0.6%, but coincidentally, on the right-hand side, the annual number the economy concluded on 0.6%. It's not that the two numbers must always be equal. It's just by a coincidence when we added the 4 quarters. When we look at our economy coming out of 2014 all the way, we can see in terms of the real economy, quarter on quarter, it has been increasing, except during COVID, where you see there's a dip in the middle on that line, where we went to 954 billion. But otherwise, every quarter, this economy is churning about 1.1617 trillion rands every quarter. That is more than 330 billion rands per month. When I was addressing at TUT, the students asked me, SG, tell us what billion is ours if you are telling us. It's not my job to tell them which billion is theirs. All I can tell you is that when our economy is actually having a lot of money on it, in it, and where is the money going? We will not know. It's another discussion. But let us look at how our economy has been performing. The highest it performed was 2005, 2006, 2007 in the middle, 5.6% as we have seen in 2006. And then 2009, the darker color or the brown color at the bottom, it means we went in the negative. We recovered. 2011 was the highest again. We saw 3.2%. Came COVID on the right-hand side. You can see the brown color. We went on the negative growth, and we recovered 2021 from a low base. We went to 5%. But otherwise, our economy, every year that follows, it hasn't been growing much. Look at 2022, as we move towards the right, 1.9%, 0.7% 2023, 0.6% 2024. So the point is that our economy is not growing sufficiently enough. With education, we have more learners at primary and secondary school. The pink and the brown, the light brown color. But when you go to the purple and the blue color, university and TVET, we don't see as much. So our students are not entering in large numbers as they should at university. And when we ask them why are reasons why they are not attending schools, those aged 17 to 18 years, if you are younger than 15, someone answers for you. The boy child, which is a blue dot you can see, they say that it's poor academic performance because girl children are performing far higher than boy children in the classroom. And then, but when we ask girl children why, look at the purple color, 14%, they say family responsibility. Whereas the boy children, it's not even a percent, 0.1% is family responsibility. So when there's an aunt and uncle who is sick at home, they take the girl child to go and look after them. They stop going to school. And in some cases, these girl children are looking after the children, their own children. So the biggest challenge is that teenage pregnancy is much more problematic. Prof, I will not go much into labor except to spend half a minute to say that the number of the unemployed is 8 million, the red color, unemployed. That is what represents the headline figure, 31.9%. The employed ones on the left-hand side are 17.1 million as of the fourth quarter of 2024. That, when we take the 8 million people who are unemployed, let's go back to the previous slide, the gray color is 3.1, a 3.5 color, it's 3.5 million is your discouraged work seekers. When we take the 8 million people plus the 3.5 million people who are discouraged work seekers, plus another 800,000 who said they didn't look for employment for other reasons other than discouragement, we come to 12.3 million people who are unemployed. That is our real challenge as a country. That represents an expanded definition of 41.9%. This slide that we have says Ndihela Kwala. For those who understand my language, it says I finish here. Don't you want them to hear it? Please. This one you must hear. When I was young, growing up in the village, our mothers could not read and write. You know that. Our fathers were in migrant centers. The data has already shown that the men are in migrant centers, right? Now, when our mothers and fathers wrote letters between them, we were their scribes. They could not end a letter with I love you, my husband, or I miss you, because we were not supposed to hear those words as children coming out of our mothers and our fathers. We were going to go deaf according to a village legend. And if we wrote those words down on behalf of our mothers, we were going to go blind. So mother and father had to find a standard way to say, ndihela kwala in Tshivenda, ndifelela hanefo, in Sepedi, ki fetsa hona mo, in Setswana, ki fetsa hona fa. And in Isindebele, and ngiyathokoza. And in Swati, amangenti angnawo, bongwane. In isiXhosa they would say ngiceda khona apha ngomkhulu umbulelo. But the English and Africans, because they were empowered, the whites were empowered to read and write, they could say, I miss you, my husband. I love you. At least for you in Afrikaans. And in isiZulu, they would say, amaningang nawo. So now I'm a prof, amaningang nawo. The next slide is blank.
Thank you so much. I can see that the presentation. Thank you so much, SG. Thank you so much, SG. I can see the presentation sparked a lot of interest, and thank you for that insightful presentation. My question to everyone sitting here is that we've heard on the numbers. You better love numbers from today, and you better include the numbers in your decision making, in your strategic engagements, to better understand where we are at, but where we want to go most importantly. So please ponder on that as we take our next presentation, given the generous time we gave to our SG. Our next presentation is from Mr. Tulani Jefuta, who is the chairperson of PCETA, civil society, an important partner in driving our change. If they can please ascend the podium. I think this mic is all like that. Okay, it's understood. Please go ahead.
Honorable Prof and Program Director, please allow me ukuthi ndime ezinyaweni zembeko and rise on the already established protocols that have been acknowledged so eloquently. As a shy speaker, it is difficult to come after the SG. But we appreciate the opportunity, and a lot of acknowledgements have been made into the work that is done by PCETA. As the session has been going on, I've been getting more and more confused about the capacity in which I should pitch this presentation. As indicated, in one part of my life, I'm the board chairperson of the Public Service SETA, which is a partner into this work. And it's not a civil society body, it's a government entity. It's a government entity that was entrusted to my custody and the collective of the board from April 1, 2020. From day one and until the last day, we are likely to produce 5 consecutive clean audits of our tenure as a sign of seriousness on good governance. It has not just been clean. It has not just been clean audits that are hollow, because others decide to fold their arms and do as less as possible so that they achieve clean audits. It's a clean audit that is buttressed on ever-increasing performance of always being above 90% of all annual targets that we have ever set for ourselves. And when we do that work, we always want to be meaningful in the sense, as has been expressed by many other speakers here. But the other capacity I have is that of leading the civil society constituency at NEDLEC. And because we are in a G20 engagement year, maybe I can also put my cap of being the chairperson of the Civil Society Engagement Group, SC20, of the G20 processes. You will choose, Program Director, which one you want to use. But we want to start this discussion by acknowledging that the framework of our medium-term development plan does provide a fair basis for the agenda we want to advance with our presidency of G20, even in line with the theme of this seminar. When we started this session, there was a question from a DDG in Tlapo about what is our constitution to us. And I do want to premise the inputs we're going to make into the very same constitution that both the Bill of Rights and Section 27 of the Constitution provide for progressive realization of socio-economic rights. That the rights you enjoy today must always be better than the rights you enjoyed yesterday, as in socio-economic rights. And it also goes on to be explicit about social protection as well. And so if we are driven in our discourse, there are things that we should not be talking about 30 years into democracy, because we must have long passed those. Because today must always be better than what it was yesterday in terms of what we enjoy. So when we report in the evidence that the SG presents regression in some areas, we must pause and accept that something is drastically wrong. At its best, the deliberations that we are going to have must help us create public value. In essence, the notion of creating public value, as championed by Mark Moore, one of the most seminal figures in the field of public management, postulates that creating public value is about creating value for citizens and placing people at the center of all developments. So we can't say the economy is growing, but people have no claim into the very same economy. We can't say there are so many more opportunities, but at the center of those, only a few continue to relate to those opportunities. In essence, that is also not sustainable, even for those that may believe that they are making it in life. And so, in all that we do, at the center of it all, it must be the people. And I'm going to make a point about why it matters for the people to be at the center in all of this. Until and unless we graduate people from abject poverty into social protection mechanisms, and even graduate them further from social protection into sustainable livelihoods, we will just be managing the virtuous cycles of poverty and underdevelopment, including inequality. We must have measures that break the cycles of those. And some amongst us may want to create a false line between social protection, economic growth, and employment. Some want to create this false line by wanting us to believe that investing in social protection is consumption heavy and it constrains growth. And it cannot coexist with employment. I want to challenge that as false. There is no one who ever goes through any measure of social protection and get that benefit. Does not happen. The Holy Spirit will interpret. So all that comes through those social protection measures goes to benefit even those that stand against social protection as an intervention. When social grants are paid, the biggest beneficiaries are not the spaza shop owners in the townships and the villages. A study was done in one of the villages in the Eastern Cape where they physically said the money that brought social grants, the truck that brought the social grants, was going to stay over for the weekend because it was going to take over that money back to where it came from, because it does not circulate where it is being paid. It goes elsewhere. And so we must begin to break that false line. That false line provides for excuses as to why social protection must not be provided. And I can argue it without any fear of contradiction that given an opportunity between social protection and employment, there is no one who's going to choose having to queue for social protection when there is productive and meaningful employment. And when that argument is made, it is usually blind to the multiplier effect of what even the social grants themselves provide. And if we're to calculate the multiplier effects and the contribution in the economy, we will see that the level that comes from that area alone is very significant in our national discourse. As a person who participates in platforms of social dialogue, there is something that I've already prepared in my mind that when we enter into discussions like this, I actually don't know why suddenly, because we have this session today, 2 days ago, I received a request from NEDLEC that we must re-establish a comprehensive social security task team at the highest level of the organization. I don't know what may have been the influence from the DPME. But when you enter there, the very first thing that will be said is we cannot afford these measures. And so we try and interpret it for people and say, then let's lay it bare and say that all those people who are in the color spots that were highlighted by the SG must be written off the script of South Africa Inc. as non-existent, and only start counting from those who earn on average the 600,000 and above and below. Because if we say they are not affordable, it means the majority of the people that were cited by evidence in front of us mean that have no claim to South Africa. Their democracy becomes hollow because their lived experiences cannot relate to that which is the essence of their being as individuals and households and communities on a daily basis. They are spectators that are watching those who are in the higher levels living their lives. Including, by the way, those who may have had the opportunity of going through education. And so what that evidence is telling us is that when the problem is black, you can't have a white solution. You must go to where the problem is and address that. Anything else short of that is window dressing. The plight of African young people who go through education, even up to highest levels, with the remaining 5 minutes, is counted amongst those who are said to be neat, not in education, not in employment, not in training, or any economic activity. What we must appreciate is that included in that statistic are those who may have gone through education and training, completed and acquired qualifications, but now they are not anywhere else. The phenomenon of unemployed graduates is going to challenge the essence of education in society. That if my fate is as bleak as those who do not have education, what is the value of me going through education if it is not going to mean anything? Yes, we accept and appreciate that it improves your chances, but what about those whose chances are as lowered as this ceiling? And so, in all theoretical considerations, evidence suggests that there are 4 strategic imperatives that are necessary for linking graduating people from abject poverty into social protection, from social protection into sustainable livelihoods. The first of those is skills development. I'm not going to argue them, I'm going to mention them loosely. The first of those is skills development. The second one is employment. The third is social security itself. And the fourth is entrepreneurship. And so, public employment programs and labor market policies and active labor market policies should serve as the immediate point of leverage and bridge from welfare to sustainable livelihoods and development. Included in that is the appreciation of the fact that there are people in the stages the SG was talking about who are at the lowest level. Those are outright marginalized. And those who can still breathe are called vulnerable. And so when our discourse has people who graduate from being vulnerable into full-blown marginalized, it goes against the provisions of the Constitution on the progressive realization of socio-economic rights. And so, when considered as a whole, we need skills development policies that are directly linked to respond to the labor market demands. We equally need economic and labor market policies that are job-rich and pro-employment. Social policy on its own must therefore be developmental, transformative, and redistributive. And we must appreciate that for all of this to happen, it must be premised on the understanding that we all have a role to play as various sectors of society. Social partners can play different but complementary roles. We have evidence of success in some multi-sectoral national responses, like we did with SANEC for HIV, like we did with 2008 global economic crisis, as we did with COVID-19. So all interventions that are driven through multi-sectoral responses stand chances of success because we all have a role to play there. And the actions of different stakeholders can only yield results and increased impact through better alignment, coordination, and integration of efforts and resources. And such integration can take place at a strategic level, at a programmatic level, and even at an institutional level. And the last point we want to make is that the founding document of the GNU acknowledges the role of evidence-based decision-making. And so, policies that we advocate for must be informed by that evidence. It is very difficult to produce evidence. And even the government that is agreeing on that will never get to a point where they say we're investing enough in generating that evidence. And so the fact that we have been able to mainstream monitoring and evaluation in our discourse in South Africa must be enabling us to leverage that evidence. There are lessons that we must draw from previous practices with their intended feedback loops enable us never to commit the same mistakes that we committed. And we think that that is a challenge that SAPAM and all of us must rise to and make sure that the function of monitoring and evaluation is not just a function of policing where we want to look good. We must allow ourselves to be vulnerable to a point of acknowledging where we are not doing right so that we change course and change course early enough. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for that insightful input on the various components. I think as you have narrated that you represent different platforms, you have actually created a coherent input based on the various platforms that you are part of, because here you are advocating for the fact that the people must be at the center of our planning in terms of a country, and we cannot shy away from that. As we do the work, Professor Maseremule, I've heard you giving inputs on the G20, and really you were probing us in terms of how do we create a developmental ecosystem that surpasses what has been previously imagined. And these are some of the questions that in this platform we must answer as we go out, having to have this coherent reform based on the inputs that we would be getting here. So without further ado, our next presenter, Dr. Zeph Ntlego from the DBSA. He is the chief economist in the DBSA. So I'm sure most of you, like I do, when you got the agenda, you Googled and you saw the various portfolios. And I think the presenters will, in fact, get into the crux of what they would be giving us in terms of line thought. So over to you.
Thank you so much, Prof. Let me also thank the invitation to come and speak here and accept that the protocol has been observed. Prof, I am an economist and I've got two hands, so you'll mark my time and you'll tell me when I need to stop. You know, I was sitting there this morning and I heard all the acknowledgements to the government entities and department, and the DPSA was not mentioned. And I looked at the page. I realized it says business, you know. So I forgive the people DG because I think the DPSA is so effective, and people think we are business, you know. So that's fine. I must thank the panelists that came before me, Chulani and SG. Today, I get to ask the most important question I've been meaning to ask the SG for the past 28 years. So the previous SG left before I could ask, but today the SG is here so I can ask in his face, you know, this question. And the question is, SG, how can you miss so much in the economic indicators because that makes me look like a liar? I have to explain myself and re-explain myself to my constituent because you have changed your numbers, you have revised your numbers. So we can talk about that later. But the work that we do at the DBSA is located in both the public good space and the development finance space. As a DFI, as a public development bank, we finance infrastructure. So dams, roads, and so on, and that's a public good. but development finance is our terrain. So I want to focus on those two issues and just outline three items, Program Director, that I think should be important for us to consider when we're thinking about these multilateral platforms and these conversations. And I want to take off where both SG and Tulane left off, which is the first issue. That is, do we really understand the challenge that we are facing? Really, do we understand it? Because yes, we mentioned that this is growth, this is unemployment, but do we understand what that means? So that when we make interventions, so that when we create the MTDP, this and that and the other, we are responding to those issues. Do we understand it? So in everything that we do, it should be clear what we are solving for. And I'm talking now in the African continent, I'm talking now here in South Africa, because if we understand what the problems are, then the interventions will be directed to those problems. I have come to the conclusion, I know that the SG went beyond the economic space, but I've come to the conclusion that there's a handful of things that are not going right and that we need to focus our attentions on. The first one is GDP. The SG said GDP, so GDP is a value-add concept to those who follow how it's calculated. He said it's been increasing. I looked at the past 10 years and I found that the average growth has been less than 1%. Then I looked at capital formation, capital investment, because a big chunk of where the GDP pivoting should come from is capital investment. And the HG will understand why. You can take the GDP from 1960 and look at what are the components of the GDP. You will find that consumption is more than 65%. So with that much consumption, we couldn't reach this 1% growth. So it means consumption is not a driver that can get us to the next level. Over this 10-year period, capital investment has been averaging 16%. I know that DG, you are saying in the new MTDP, we need to see that moving to 20% in the next 5-6 years. I agree with that. But the conversation you and I must have, you know what it is. Is the plan implementable? Is the plan addressing the problems? And can we finance the plan? So that, I'm saving that for another day. The third issue is the unemployment that the SG spoke about. We mentioned these numbers casually, the unemployment numbers. But let me contextualize. So over the past 10 years, 29% on average unemployed. The SG said it's 8 million of the people who are actively seeking, and it's another 3.5, 4 million of the people who are no longer seeking. So 12 million. Do you know how many people is 12 million people? You can take Namibia, everyone in Namibia, add Botswana, add Lesotho, add Eswatini, add Mauritius, you can even throw in Seychelles. You will not get to 12 million. Everyone in the country, I'm not saying people, everyone, the whole population, you will not get to 12 million. That's how much 12 million people is. So we need to understand the scale of this unemployment, size of this unemployment, so that when we make these interventions and propose these responses, they respond to this thing. It's not a response that somebody was saying just window dressing. Then he spoke about poverty. He spoke about inequality. So for me, those are the issues where we should focus our energies. And these energies, as DG you said earlier, should look beyond just the short-term, period between now and the summit. They should, should have a long-term view of this. So what am I saying? I'm saying socio-economic requirements for South Africa, for Africa, should be the main determinant of how we engage, how we finance, not the other way around. So these sustainable transitions that we speak about, they should focus on development issues. In other words, at the DPSA, we call it bending the arc of history towards shared prosperity. Sounds, complex, but all we're saying is for the African continent and for South Africa to get ahead in the development plane, we need to make sure that we create wealth, but we sustain wealth. What kind of wealth? We're talking about wealth that can be shared. So this notion that some nations must remain at the bottom of the development curve so that they support other nations in the world, it doesn't work. It will never work. Nations would like to climb up the ladder so that its own people can participate in the what Tulani calls access to the economy. So we need this shared wealth, but we need intergenerational wealth. In other words, sustainable wealth. That's what we must create in the continent, but also here in South Africa, to make sure that we deal with these things. So the focus, therefore, for our interventions in understanding the challenge is to solve these things. Because if you don't have a clear understanding of what the challenges are, both your macroeconomic policy and even your sector micro policy will be off focus. I know that the SG says it's not his job to interpret these numbers. Well, it's my job to interpret these numbers. What they mean, these numbers. So if a central bank does not respond to a declining CPI the way they should, I begin to say, what is their mandate then? What are they chasing? I mean, if you look at I'm not only talking about our central bank, I'm talking about the global central banks. It was very clear towards the end of 2021, let's say, that inflation will peak in the middle of 2022. It was very clear, everybody across the globe. And inflation did just that. What did central bankers do? They increased interest rate until the middle of 2023 with the declining inflation. So the question is, what's the mandate then? Are you not supposed to be looking at? So this is me interpreting the numbers and looking what's happening. So that's the first point. Do we understand the challenge? Because of the issues that I raised. Second point is, and this talks to the question that we were given now, to say, how do we position this public good development finance, social protection in the context of stakeholder coordination? So what should be the approach to this coordination, to this integration, to this alignment? The biggest lesson here for me is we should learn from what happened to us in the past and try to use that to solve other problems. Do you remember in 2021 in Glasgow, some of the developed countries stood up and said, we are pledging $8.5 billion to South Africa to go sort out their just transition issues. Germany, US, UK, France, and other people. It took us almost 2 years to see the first billion flowing to South Africa because we were legally not ready, or legal structures were not ready, but our institutional arrangement was not in place. 2 years. Now, collaboration at domestic level and collaboration at international level is absolutely critical. There's no way that you can have a world that is unipolar or running things on a unilateral. You can't have that. It doesn't exist. So what does collaboration do? Collaboration ensures that there's early buy-in in the process that we are putting in place, including all the social partners that Tulan was talking about, civil society, labor, and so on and so forth. That creates process ownership in whatever you are putting across. That's what we learned from that Glasgow exercise. The second thing is it creates a transparent but formal platform, national platform to do things, so that everybody knows how do we coordinate, how do we communicate, and what is it that we are trying to get to. Funding, therefore, whether it's international funding or domestic funding, it's not just the tick box exercise, it's addressing a specific agreed challenge, And the last one is if you collaborate at that level, you then are able upfront to determine what type of funding are we going to accept, what type of technical assistance are we going to accept. We ended up with technical assistance that, as I have 3 minutes, we ended up having technical assistance that doesn't even come here. It stays wherever it is abroad to those who pledged, And the funding types that we talk about should happen alongside the currency types, because if you burden us as a nation with foreign exchange payments, that's why we end up in conversations that are, in my mind, unhelpful about whether, do we deal with debt consolidation or do we? No, that's not where we should be talking. We should be talking about efforts and strategies, to increase economic growth, not these short-termism things, whether it's VAT or whether it's grant or. Yes, they resolve the problem in our face, but they don't give us the long-term trajectory that we want. Final point, Prof, is on the financing and developing approaches to this agenda. And this is where I want to end, to say, from a development finance point of view, the call to shift away from international aid and debt means that we have to find ways, innovative ways, of making sure that we finance our own investment in infrastructure, in development. And that means we have to understand the monetary architecture. And in our view, the monetary architecture is just a collection of balance sheets which can be mapped correctly to identify spaces and gaps for scaling, otherwise called elasticity spaces, to make sure that you distinguish between those balance sheets that are reserved for firefighting in the economy, the fiscal balance sheet, the central bank balance sheet, from those balance sheets that should be workhorse in the economy, such as DFI balance sheets. And if you understand that, then you are able to say to your DFI, as an example, I need you to use your leverage effect. In other words, get more money for me because you are in that space. Use your activity gaps because you don't have limits in your mandates. You can go across the board, to solve issues. Use your contingent instrument abilities. In other words, you can go to the likes of World Bank and say, give me a guarantee so that I can deploy so much money in the economy without burdening the state, as an example. Use your credit sentiment to say, I can adjust my shareholder, diversification so that credit rating agencies view me differently. They don't, because we know credit rating agencies already have a bias for the African continent. So you adjust that so that you can participate. The final point, Program Director, is that we need to elevate the development finance conversation into G20 conversations, because Even in the finance track, we're talking about government doing this and government doing that, but we know African governments are not in that space. They don't have that capacity. Development finance has got the space to scale up. So we need the conversation there, which is why I agreed to come and talk about this here. Thank you so much.
Another round of applause. I'm rating you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Dr. Ntlego from the DBSA, a chief economist. Indeed, your input probes the question, can the G20 create new financing frameworks that serve as global benchmarks for sustainable investments as we as a country deal with the poverty, unemployment, and the debt deficit? So all of us need to start thinking along those lines. And as you've rightfully said, that your participation in this conversation is very crucial, because we need to provide the necessary toolkit to government. And some of the institutions like the DPSA have been keen in driving this agenda. Without further ado, let me invite our next speaker or panelist, Ambassador Mohammed Yaslim Baisat Dej from the Sahrawi Arab Democratic Republic, our partner indeed, bringing in the global and international dimension into our conversation. As we understand, we are part of the global community. Please, may I hand over to you.
Good morning to everybody. All protocols observed. The DM, SG, my colleagues in the panelists, distinguished participants. First of all, let me express my deep gratitude for SAIPAM to invite me to this very important seminar. The issue is positioning public good, development finance, and social protection at the center of development agenda, coordination and alignment between multiple stakeholders. And this comes in the framework of the South African presidency of the G20, solidarity, sustainability, equality, and sustainability. And this G20 is coming for the first time to our continent in a very important development. But unfortunately, these hopes we are having on this G20 and the very progressive agenda that South Africa has developed, we have to see if it is not contradictory to the trends that the global climate that we are facing is contrary to all of these aims and goals that we are aiming at. Also, we have to think about the relation between the G20 and the G7. You know, the world, the global world is organized with many Gs, many groups. There is not only the G20, but there is a G7, which has the more muscle and the more executive power to shape the global finances and the global economy. While the G77, which is majority the third world, which is also South Africa and most of the African countries as members, they call it also G77 plus China, which is advocate for more progressive world economy and for more place for the third world in the economy. But in the last, because of that was no G20 till the global economic crisis into 2008, the meadows and those who played with the money of the world till it's crushed because of the immobiliary situation in the United States. So the G7 realized that they cannot actually amend and bring a remedy to the economic global crisis that it's from their own creation. That's why they try to expand a little bit, and that's where the G20 came, which is not G77, not G7, but it's something of between. And all these come in a global call for what we call MDGs, which is Millennium Development Goals, that are very nearly, we'll evaluate them, and unfortunately we are seeing that we are very far from actually attaining them. So the summit, the global climate that this presidency is happening is very in a very divisive and warmongering that make it very difficult to reach a compromise. When we see the trend and those elements that really impact on this global political multi-party economic thing, we will realize the remittance or the consequences of the COVID pandemic, the Ukraine war, the Gaza genocide, and its impact on the chain, the global chain of economy, especially the Red Sea and the Canal of Suez. Then also the commercial wars that are now dominating the debate in the world since the arrival of the new American administration, which is with tariff barriers and weaponizing of the taxes against the other players in the global economy, and the delay of the reforms of the global system, which seems all the world that we have been trying to build since the San Francisco world, or the world that was built since the Second World War, is actually collapsing and is becoming not responsive to the real challenges, economic and political and social life of our globe. And that's why the many calls for reforms of United Nations to be implemented, which is the reforms of United Nations, which is mainly the Security Council, which only on political aspect of our multilateral system or ecosystem, as someone has realized it, but also the economic system, which is the Bretton Woods institution, World Bank and the International Monetary Fund, and the Gs, which is G7 and the G20 and the G77, and the global governance of our economy, which is even becoming more and more challenging reality. I will add to the, because it's the financing, the development is one of the topics. Unfortunately, to give some numbers that it's contradictory to what we are thinking of. This year of 25 have seen the most drastic aid to development have ever seen in the globe, while the United States of America is 90% cut in US aid, contract halting global development and humanitarian programs. United Kingdom is 0.6 billion cut. Aid reduces from 0.5 to 0.3. The same in Netherlands, the same Germany, the same Finland, the same Belgium, and you go on with all those who have been contributing in the financing of the development. And that's also bring the issue of the financing of the development in the third world and in Africa especially, where the prices for the loans and the services of the debt is becoming pandemic that is become one of the main obstacles in front of financing the development. The service of the aid, because when France take a loan from World Bank or from IMF, it takes it with a very, very, very minimal or symbolic price. While if South Africa or any other African country take the same loan, it take it with a very, very big price. And financing the development is becoming one of the very, very, and my predecessor panelists spoke about the cuts and the very isolationist and war, economic wars that is facing in the globe, which already we are having a lot of problems in financing development before this situation. Now with this situation that we are, it's new, it makes it even difficult to finance the development for the third world. I don't want to speak longer, so want to take more opportunity to have an interaction. But this G20 comes in a very difficult situation, in a very unstable global climate for reaching consensus, unfortunately. And the next presidency of the G20, which will be already in the Troika as one of the speakers today, make it even more difficult and more not very optimistic about the outcome of the next presidency. I thank you.
I think, please continue clapping up until the ambassador sits. Thank you so much, Your Excellency, the ambassador. Alhamdulillah and inshallah, indeed, we need to position ourselves in the current global climate. We've heard that the G77 plus the G7 in terms of areas of the Millennium Goals, as the medium and global coherent order surpasses itself, we need to align with these international institutions that have been put in place to ensure our participation. But more importantly, the question that comes to mind, and I think I'm on my academic gear, because as you present the problem statement, mine is how do we then unpack it and resolve to tangible, impactful, but implementable resolutions, and how can the G20 redefine economic models to serve the collective good rather than the elite interests, as our panelists have actually guided us in the midst of geopolitics, multilateralism, climate change, and global economic shifts that we see ourselves in. We are in the very interesting times right now, as you would be participating with our panelists in terms of penciling your inputs, comments, or clarification questions. So if I can be assisted with the mics, I'm very orderly, and I think that's one of the deficiencies that I have. I always like order in everything that I do. So I will start, SG, like you, from my right to the left. I'm not going to ask you to put your hands up. I'm just going to start pointing up from the right to the left. If you have any inputs for the panelists, please introduce yourself and then tell us who you are directing your question to, so that they would be able to compress in terms of the feedback they can give you in the minimal time that we have. So I will start from my left, rather, to my right, your right. I see the gentleman on the second row, so I'm recognizing him. Can I just see all the hands so that I'm able to just point you out? We'll take another round. I'll just go once and I'll come back. That's why we made sure we tried to compress the presentation so that we can engage. So the gentleman on the second row, I have one hand here on the second row, and third and fourth row, rather. They will pass No one, oh, I have the gentleman in this row. I have a gentleman on the last row, but second to last line as well. So please, if you could.
Thank you very much. My name is Mejima Khoba from the University of Limpopo. My question is directed to the SG. I know that you said you like to stay in your lane, but I have a question in regard to what you have presented. Given the complexity of inequalities that you've presented to us, especially with regard to unemployment, what do you think is the issue? Is it the issue of how policies in government are implemented, or is it because the state is running a full-blown neoliberalism that prevents the state from doing its work?
Thank you. We'll take all the questions and then I'll hand over to the panelists. Can I have second row?
Morning to you all, and thank you very much to the panelists for your provocative presentations. So I'm glad that the DG Statistics was able to present figures and numbers in a way that is very relatable to this audience. Because I teach research methodology as part of my teaching portfolio for my students, and I see how our students run away from stats and numbers. And maybe to also check with you, since I have the privilege to talk with you on this stage, how accessible are your stats, your data? Because when we need that for our students to work on studies, it's somewhat challenging to get to the real data that they would need for their analysis. But my question relates to what I'll be discussing tomorrow. I'm going to be discussing, to me, a forgotten group. You mentioned all the stats, but I did, together with some of my students, a narrative study where we spoke to Black women vendors. And we see the challenges they go through, the harassment they go through from Metro Police, and all, the situations they have to endure to get, their daily living. The question I want to put to you is this stats you presented inclusive of those groups, or are they part of the missing numbers? Thank you very much.
Thank you. You can share the mic with the gentleman at the back.
Thank you very much, Chair. My name is Mandis Mtingane. I'm from the Department of Employment and Labor. I just want first to appreciate the report that was presented by SG. Most of the time when we talk about inequality, policymakers, they always refer to World Bank report that South Africa is the most unequal society based on the World Bank, but it was a pleasure to get a domestic evidence from South Africa. My question is directed, that was a comment. My question is directed to Mr. Tulani when he was talking about evidence policymaking, coming with a background from the GNU, whereby the statement of intent of the GNU clearly says that every policy will be informed by evidence. But I want to check your perspective in the current developments, whereby it seems like evidence from the GNU, it's not going to be used as was prescribed by the statement of intent. To check, what's your view that, because you look to the Expropriation Act, evidence clearly shows that was presented here. We have an inequality that is high, and there's a certain group that is benefiting high in terms of inequality. So what's your perspective? Because the statement of intent clearly states that policies must be informed by evidence. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think my hand's next. Oh, at the back there. Sorry, at the back there.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you to the panelists. My name is Blessing. Maybe I don't know if it's a comment or the recommendation, but it's based on the presentation regarding the intake for primary and secondary schools. So what I think, since the challenge that we have is in institutional high learning, whereby we have poor intake in the universities, college and universities. I think the challenge that we have there is because of the lack of motivation in high schools, whereby previously we'll find senior students going to high schools and advise us to apply in different institutional learning, then we'll be motivated to go to schools. So the problem is with politics that are happening in the institutional learning, which is the likes of SASCO, EFF or whatsoever. So I don't think we still need like political activities in high schools. I think it's about time that we cross student politics in student high learning, then we replace them with student chapters. The student chapters like BOSAPAM, BLA, and law, safety and security whatsoever, those, and ICT as well. If we can replace all these student politics activities that are happening in institutional learning, we'll be able to replace with proper student chapters that are going to motivate young people in high school to be able to go to institutional learning and be able to shape their life and contribute better in terms of the society and shaping themselves. Because I don't think right now what is happening, we are no longer in 1974, but we're in 2025. We need better solution come from young people, not the ideas that are still in 1974. The youth must study, and the youth must write articles, and the youth must be educated. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Can I come to this row? I had two. It's fine. I'll take another round. I had two respondents here. Please go ahead, and the lady at the back.
Thank you very much, Program Director. My name is Sipo Siakamela. I'm the advisor to the Minister at the DPME. Let me thank the organizers for the insightful organizing of this seminar, which I think is very timely, and also appreciate the insights of the panelists. Mine is a comment, because I think I am very much converted and convinced by their presentation. I think from a comment point of view, I think it will be important not only to organize events of this nature when South Africa is chairing an important forum like G20, but also beyond that, because we continue to be a member of G20, not only presiding over it, even though, of course, there's a special focus on our country when we are chairing it. But I think these sessions are important, especially in institutions of higher learning, so that it also guides the curriculum and the direction our children and students have an understanding on these global institutions earlier on, so that when we are presiding over it, people will have expectations that are lowered, and there's no expectations that are beyond reasonable. I wanted to highlight the fact that all the presentations that were made, in my view, were very inward-looking and very important, because they're addressing important domestic issues and policies that will guide our approach internationally. I was more interested in the intervention of His Excellency Comrade Basaid from our sister Republic of SADA, especially from Polisario Front, that his contextualization of the issues at the global level are the ones that will define the challenges that will face South Africa in its capacity as chairing G20. Because many people think that because we are chairing G20, there are many, many opportunities. There are opportunities, of course, but there are various challenges that are around the issues of multilateralism and the global balance of forces. And I think it's important to highlight that what we are trying to push with our presidency of the G20 is to make sure that the issues that we believe in, that are mainly negotiated at the level of the United Nations, the level of G77, find expression within the G20. But it's not easy because it's a negotiation platform. There will be pullbacks and pushbacks from different member states, but that does not mean we should not be part of these organizations. So I think I wanted to appreciate the presentations, but also highlight and limit the high level of expectations around this, that it's a process. South Africa is not going to achieve too many things in a few months because it's a process. Even beyond our presidency, we'll have to push many other issues. It's going to be a challenge, but it's also not going to be impossible to achieve those things because we've been part of the G20. We are pushing the agenda of the South from our perspective as G77, members of NAM, and also, members of the United Nations. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Morning, my name is Maswili Ralevona, an SABC News researcher. My question goes to SG Maluleke. It's about the statistics that they always dish out, especially looking at the municipalities where lots and lots of service delivery takes place. When you look at last year, 2022, where 2023, when you released the census results, we found that it shows many people have electricity around over 90% of the population. They also have water, but when you go into the villages where service delivery is needed, you find that there is a pipeline, there is water infrastructure underground, but there is no water. But in your statistics, it will be showing that in this particular municipality, majority of the people, or over 90% of the people, have water. And my understanding is that you would be counting that based on the data that is given to you by government or those municipalities. And it also shows that despite statistics that you dish over and over again, there is no follow-up in terms of where the government or the implementers who are supposed to get the statistics and do something about it. It shows that there's nothing that is being done. So I wanted to ask a question as to what kind of conversations do you have with government departments in terms of the statistics that you give them and the action that needs to be taken? Thank you.
Thank you. At the back.
Thank you, Program Director and the panelists, all protocols observed. So as a mixed method researcher, I understand, and I always tell my students that stats show, but they don't tell the story. So then I have a challenge, comprehending USG in understanding that you indicate we have girls performing better than males, but when we come to the stats, we have males earning twice the margin against the females. I understand you stay in your lane. In South Africa, we drive on the... But my concern is, if we are just churning out all of this data, all of these stats, and they're just showing, but they're not telling the story, and we have women sitting in this room that are earning twice as less as their female counterparts, then we have a problem. Especially if we're talking about equality, we're talking about sustainability. I understand that we're literally driving in reverse. Then as far as, G20 equality and sustainability and women is concerned. I really need, I understand as Pilot says he's washed his hands over. That's what you kept saying over and over again. But at this point in time, we put the dish of water away, and I need an answer in understanding what the replications of those stats are saying when we actually have women that are earning, twice as less from your stats, from the colors actually. And just as a comment, I wish I had a maths teacher like you 20 years back.
Thank you. Can we move over to the last row?
Good afternoon, colleagues. Thanks a lot, Program Director and the panel and the rest of the colleagues. I just want to make a comment and a question as well. But interface for stats. Actually, pertaining the stats for the universities, because I've seen it's very limited, and now we are on 3 decades since we are in democracy. So actually 31. I just want to know what measures are done or measures are taken in order to eradicate that, because I'm checking the Department of Planning, Monitoring and Evaluation, as well as the Department of Higher Education. They are collaborating in order to eradicate this, but now I want to know from your side, by virtue of things, how long this thing will it be solved? Because you'll find out a lot of students, they accomplish like from the level of matric, and then in order for them to go to universities, population dynamics per se, it's very limited. So we understand that it's financial implications that leads to that. But now, in terms of eradicating this, how long do you think it will take? And then also to the Ambassador Mohammed Yaslam, I really appreciate you. We were also, particularly myself, I was only aware of the G20, but you also mentioned the G77 and the G7, which I'd like to seek more and then get more empowered as to how they add value into this whole G20. Thanks.
Thank you. I will hand over to our panelists to please respond to the questions and comments. I'm giving you 2.5 minutes. We will have an opportunity, because this is also a networking session over lunch, to interact with the panelists more comprehensively, should we also feel we need to have that during the course of the day. So I will start in a order of how our panelist is sitting. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. On the question raised by Mr. Makuba in relation to what is the problem with unemployment, is structural unemployment we are facing in South Africa. Actually, even in the economy, the structural transformation of the economy is the biggest challenge. And when we talk structural unemployment, we are saying that the jobs that are available, there are no skills that are able to take them up. And then comes the issue, what is the face of those lack of skills? The face of the lack of skills is largely your black face, black as Indian, colored and African, but largely African. And we could readily say, because the Africans are in the majority, it's not a question of volumes. In other parts of the world, you have more whites than blacks, but you have more blacks in prison and you have more blacks unemployed. So the whole issue is, it's structural and it has a legacy from where we're coming in terms of our historic issues. Those we should not underestimate. There's always a talk, Prof. There's always a talk that we cannot talk about the effect of apartheid. It's generational and it's not gone, so we should not make that mistake. There was a question that our data is not accessible. It's there on the website for researchers. They do write to us if they want to access
certain levels of data, but we don't make records available because we collect a lot of sensitive information about the economy and about people. And so students come in our offices, be it in every province, they sit, do their analysis, they can't copy anything, they can't send anything, they leave with their report. We make that data available. From the census, we have made available 10% of the sample. Black women, the black African women are the face of unemployment. They are the most vulnerable. Themselves and young people are the most vulnerable. In terms of those who sell in the street, we have that data available. We make it available from the Survey of Employed and Self-Employed, SESE, but also from the Quarterly Labor Force Survey. Because we have little time, I won't take every question, but there was a question raised by the SABC News, which says, let's say you go to government departments and you ask them and they give you a good story to tell. No, it's not a good story to tell. Our surveys happen at two levels. Economic statistics happen at industry level. So we talk to industry, enterprises, entities, they respond. And then household surveys, the head of household surveys, DDG Solid Mulai, and our head of method, Ntabiseng Mahata here, he's the one who's responsible. We go to the people, we ask them questions. So I'll give a good example. If we find a person smoking a cigarette and we ask you, do you smoke or not? And you pull a cigarette in, puff into the air, and you say, I don't smoke. We take what you say, not what we think. Because we can't go and find a mother who has a weight and assume she's expecting. In the demographic and health survey, we have to ask her if she's pregnant or not. We don't make assumptions. Official statistics is about what people are saying. So when we go to the households and say, what is your main source of water? Is it a pipe in the dwelling, a pipe in the yard, a pipe 500 meters away? Is it a stream or is it a dam? And the people give us answers. We take that. Then we ask them another question. What are the disruptions? And then 56% of the people are saying they have had disruptions for at least 15 days in a year or in the last week. And it's there, it's in the public space. It's just that Stats SA collects, releases more than 250 reports per annum, almost 270 reports. So that's hundreds of thousands of documents. So what I presented here is it's less than 1% of what we collect. You go to our website, you'll find as much data, volumes and volumes of everything we need to know about our nation. I thank you.
Thank you. Please, if you can pass over the mic.
All right.
To Mr. Chefula.
Just in passing on the question of unemployment, the SG is correct, but the opposite is also true, that of what you may consider to be skills that are available, then there are no jobs for those, you know. Hence the point we're making about education and skills development policies and programs that are directly responsive to labor market needs. So before you, on the supply side, determine what to teach, there has to be a process that predefines what need are you going to fulfill. There is a study, I'm going to check and see if we can share it during the course of this session. That was done a few years ago. That showed that in the case of youth unemployment, there are 3 structural binding constraints. 1 was education, 2 was skills, 3, guess what, was race. And so what that means is, for an African young person, for not doing anything, for not committing any sin, just for being yourself, born of your parents, your fate is predetermined. Hence then, the response plans must seek to raise the base of those if we are to be responsive. Now take that into the question about evidence. If that is the evidence in terms of the employment and unemployment statistics, What is a GNU partner that is against employment equity trying to do by disputing that evidence and response plan? Because that employment equity then becomes a response plan to that evidence, which is so glaring about the status of African young people. So evidence is quite complex. I know it is nice to use catchphrases like evidence-based and all of that. But when you scratch deeper into the essence, sometimes you may not understand what is this evidence. As I said, it's not easy to generate the very same evidence. But even when that evidence is generated, if we look at it and see ourselves in the mirror, then we begin not to like it. Then we want to be creative about it. So, take two practical examples. On a very essential imperative of Human Development Index. So Human Development Index measures 3 variables. One is education, how long you stay in the system and the highest level of qualification you have. 2 is health, as in the average number of years your population live. And the 3rd is economic growth. So, on education, when you have GNU partners against Pillar Act, which evidence are they using? On health, when you have GNU partners against NHI, which is viewed as a consumption, by the way, when in essence it is equally an economic investment, what are they trying to do? Which evidence are they using? And even the differences that are political in nature on economic growth do not serve us. Here is a practical example. There is no political party that did not highlight unemployment as the biggest challenge they want to address in their manifestos in 2024 general elections, right? And now when given an opportunity to be in a government of national unity, they differ even amongst themselves about what should be done to address that one problem which they all agree on. And also, what does that say? Evidence on its own is not enough until you produce as big a response plan as the evidence that you have generated and act on it. Then it counts for something. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Dr. Ntlego, 2 minutes.
I didn't have a specific question, but I just want to re-emphasize this point of a response plan. I think unemployment is the single biggest issue that we are facing. We are saying if you invest 1% in capital formation, that will fetch you 0.1% in GDP. The numbers are there, the research is there. But I'm saying we need to be very specific about the response, because yes, you can do anything you like, but we need to anchor this unemployment solution in these big investment drives that we have. Let me give you one example. We are saying there's 14,500 kilometers of transmission lines that we need to build over the next 8-10 years. Question is, what is the value chain there? Because it's not just the end of the transmission line. There's a lot of industrial base that come with it. How do we then make sure that the 12 million people are part of that? Not to look for, big companies and overseas, the 12 million. How do we curate these 14,500 kilometers to absorb these people? Those are the kinds of interventions I'm talking about.
Thank you. Ambassador?
Thank you very much. I think I have 2 questions from the comrade there about the membership of the G20 and that it's a process and the membership is better than, of course, being a member is more important. Now in Africa we have 2 memberships, the South Africa and the African Union. The African Union, which is a place for all the 55 member states of the African, including South Africa. So in a way, South Africa is member twice of the G20. One directly as a country, and the other one is via the AU, which is the African Union. But as you know, it's informal. I insist it's an informal group that does not have an enforcement mechanism of its resolution or have a judiciary or something to implement what it decides. No, it's an informal group for exchange of ideas, of elaboration of policies, but whatever decided, stay there. While the G7, they have an implementation mechanism, and they have a directive, and they are actually have more influential. The other community that asked between the G7 and the G77. G7 was created after the 73 war in Middle East, when the embargo on the petrol, on the selling of the petrol, and that caused a very strong crash of the energy. Then the big economies, the 7 economies, created this informal group which was made of United States, UK, France, Italy, Japan, Canada, and Australia. In 87, they added Russia for a short time. Then they excluded, after the collapse of the Soviet Union, then they excluded Russia in 2014, and they remain the same industrialized capitalist powers that have developed their agenda from economy. Now they deal with security, with environment, with finance, and with more issues. Then with, as I said before, during the crash of the immobiliary, they created the group of 20. About the 77, it was created in 1964 after the first meeting of United Nations Conference on Trade and Development in Geneva. The third world countries who participated disagree totally with what was decided, so they read the statement. Then there were 77 countries. Now there are much more. I think there are 133 or 34 countries, but they still conserve the name of the group that was created initially in 77. They, like G7, they have a secretariat, and they have a more organized group and more regular meeting around the development agenda of a non-aligned movement and of the new world order as advocated by many third world countries. I thank you.
Thank you so much. A round of applause to the panelists. A round of applause. Thank you so much. Thank you. Like I said, Mother Christmas today. The research postgrads, who's doing research on municipalities or a component there too? Anyone? No one? Okay, there's, please come collect your copy. Gashesh. I will hand over to our program director, Dr. Naidu, to finish off. No, not yet. I've not said dismiss class.
Ladies and gentlemen, DM, it seems like they forgot you as well. Honorable DM, Honorable DG, you still with us? Okay. Colleagues, we now will hand over the gifts to Prof and the panelists. If our ladies can please make this way very hastily to the stage. Thank you. While we're waiting for that, ladies and gentlemen, 2 very important announcements. First, okay, let's do it this way. We will call up Prof. Halima. They say ladies first. Piseta. Mr. Rizenga Maluleka. I thought everyone's going to go, ah! All right. Mr. Tulani Chefuta, our chairperson, P-SETA. Dr. Zalf and Leko. His Excellency, the Ambassador Mohammed Inshallah, sir. Meaning as God wills. Ladies and gentlemen, two very quick announcements. DM at my age, James gives me glasses. First, they're so eager they even opened the bags before they left the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, you may take your seat. Colleagues, first, an announcement. There you go. Yeah, let's give it up for them. Let's give it up for them. And Prof, you were excellent. Thank you so much. First announcement for SABC. SABC in the room. I trust you. Bona. Mara, I trust you. DM, I trust SABC to show my face tonight. Do you know why? My mother will be watching. And as a public servant, when I finish work at 11 in the evening, DM, or 1 in the morning, it is not my partner that has concerns about where I was sleeping or busy working. It is the mother who has these concerns. So I trust you to do the right thing, SM. I'm not saying put me on TV. I'm just saying you will do the right thing. I mean, it's DM and I. Of course, we've got DG competing with DM and I. But very often, the DM forgets with his busy schedule that 14th February Valentine's was done last month, not today. But anyway, ladies and gentlemen, that was just to make sure that the SG knows. He's not the only lover in the room. So my principals, ladies and gentlemen, I was asked to make a very important announcement as well this afternoon. The SG, ladies and gentlemen, particularly the ladies, is very happily married. Thank you. But I have been appointed as the SG's escort. I mean, professional escort. SG and I will be walking on the right hand to the gala dinner, and on my left shall be my honorable DM. This conversation, ladies and gentlemen, isn't technical. It's moral. It's political. It's inter-institutional. You have heard voices from government, academia, finance, economics, civil society, and diplomacy. Now, each one carrying a piece of the puzzle. And this room, ladies and gentlemen, is the space where that puzzle must become a response plan. So thank you to our panelists and my good professor for assisting me to facilitate during the time I was having my lunch. Thank you. But we've heard, colleagues, something that reminds us that transformation is a team at 1400 hours, because we have a very powerful keynote on academia's role in our G20 journey. Now, ladies and gentlemen, let's do the right thing and give it up for your facilitator. Thank you. have to move on with the program. So I'm going to give you exactly 30 seconds. Do pardon me, ladies and gentlemen, but we must go on with our program. And I thank you. Thank you very much. Just called SAPM. There was a little issue this morning. And then the DM asked me if there'd be dessert after lunch. No, I mean dessert like, you have a main course and dessert. Ne? I mean, we all were thinking dessert on those lines. And I said, yes, DM, a full course of policy discourse, developmental theory, and panel provocations. The DM didn't laugh, but I'm sure you will. Or you don't find it funny. Okay, that's perhaps too academic for you. So what are you having for dessert? Not cake, not custard tarts, but your dessert is going to be a full course, ladies and gentlemen, of something that is phenomenal and that's going to help us transform. So I believe we now have everybody in the room. First, let's start with Professor Lengapula. You here, Prof? All right. So the Prof is going to make a way to the stage together with Dr. Kanjelwa Umtunzi and Professor Ricky Mukonsa. And if I've pronounced those names incorrectly, you will forgive me because Sapam tried to write it down. Colleagues, it is the afternoon shift, so please let me not lose you. We also want to go through this session or this segment very swiftly, colleagues, simply because some people have told me during lunch, Prof, that they've made appointments to do makeup this afternoon, seeing that they are going for a gala dinner, apparently. So now we must turn to the intellectual compass of statecraft. And I'm sure the DM is wondering, this one used so much of words today. New words as a public servant. I wonder if she even knows what statecraft. So I mustn't disappoint my DM. Statecraft simply means the skills of running a country, everything that we need to run a country. So we are quite gifted to be stimulated intellectually today. And today's keynote is not about knowledge for knowledge's sake. It is about knowledge in service of transformation, justice, and dignity. Now, as South Africa chairs the G20, our academic institutions must not only participate. Participation alone, Professor, will not cut it, ladies and gentlemen. So the academic institutions must define the conversation that would lead South Africa and Africa's journey into the G20. So the time for passive citation is over. And that's the doctor, he's always a clap. The time for African organization is now. So then allow me to introduce to you the keynote address by Professor Puleng Lengabula. Ladies and gentlemen, I stand in front of you today as a woman who is humbled by the woman that's going to follow me. Equally, I am humbled by the woman who came before me. And now, before I hand over to the Prof, I must share some secrets with you. And equally important information. Professor Lengabula is the Vice Principal and Vice Chancellor of our University of South Africa. Professor of Ethics. Ladies and gentlemen, join me as you hear me say, and the first woman to be appointed as UNISA's Vice Chancellor after 147 years of UNISA's existence. Hence I say, I am humbled. Deputy Minister, in the month of human rights, ladies and gentlemen, how many years ago did we women march to the union buildings to make sure that we discontinue dom passes, and pardon the derogatory term, but that was the truth. But it took us 147 years later before we celebrate the first woman Vice Chancellor. But nothing is too late. We must still be proud as a country that we did not wait for another 47 years. And that's where you must give me a round of applause. Now, our professor brought diverse work experiences from academia, civic societies, private sectors at national and international contexts. These experiences, ladies and gentlemen, amongst others, include the University of Free State, where Prof worked as the Deputy Vice Chancellor for Institutional Change, Student Affairs, and Engaged Scholarship. University of Wits as a member of the Vice Chancellor's Office, Executive Dean, responsible for Student Affairs, Student Services, Core and Co-Curricular Affairs. Also the University of South Africa, Dean of Students, Project and Strategist. Prof also worked at St. Andrews College and University of Toronto. I am not skipping one word. I refuse to skip one word, because today, DM, I shall put women forward. Thank you. Since assumption of the duty in 2021 as Vice Chancellor, our professor, the first woman at UNISA, has registered multiple successes, including propelling UNISA's scientific and academic performance, enhanced student affairs, student centering, students' access and successes as integral imperatives for the university's impact, improving academic and scientific writings in multiple rankings such as higher education, QS rankings, and so much more. Now, our professor also started as a vice chancellor when UNISA was ranked number 12 to number 16 in many rankings. Please give it up for the lady, the woman, our professor, who has now ensured that UNISA is one of the top 8 universities in our country, led by a woman. PhD from 39% in 2021 to 67%. Now I've realized, Prof, what they've done here is they've given me 3 journals to read about you in 2 minutes. So unfortunately, I've got to be and just cut it off here, but let us say it is my honor to welcome a leader who embodies this shift and as Vice Chancellor of UNISA. Prof does not just lead an institution. Prof reshapes what African scholarship looks like globally. Prof, we are listening. Over to you, Mark. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm not sure whether we are in a graveyard session, especially after meeting. I'm sorry, I'm a bit short. Let me take this opportunity to thank you, Program Director, for the invitation to share some insights to this august community, epistemic community, constituted of diverse experts, whether in the public sector, the university system, as well as in private sector. I need help with the mic because on the one hand, I left my technology. Is it okay? Yeah. I don't want to mess it up for you. Neither do I. Yes. Thank you very much. Not too high. Thank you. Thank you very much. Increase volume? Oh, okay, thank you. Program Director, thank you for the opportunity. Let me take this opportunity to recognize the Honorable DM. Thank you very much for welcoming us here and all ministers participating in person or virtually. Director General and other senior civil servants from various government departments, agencies and spheres of government, members of the diplomatic corps, special guests from international organizations and partners across Africa and the world at large, representatives from higher education and related sectors, including students, academicians, and professional staff, civil society organizations present, members of the media, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I'm just testing the waters. Let me take this opportunity to thank the Presidency and SAPAM for inviting me to come and share some insights on an important process that South Africa is steering, the G20 chairpersonship, and to reflect on the ideas of what is the purpose or the role that institutions of higher learning, science councils, universities, TVET colleges, but also think tanks can play, such as SAPAM. I'm very appreciative of you're having me today as one of your speakers, and I feel honored and privileged, and thank you for the opportunity. As I stand before you at this seminar gathering that seeks to position South Africa's G20 presidency as a beacon of progress, collaboration, and transformation, as we reflect on our collective role in shaping the global and national development, it is imperative that we recognize the transformative potential of research and innovation in advancing economic development, academic and scientific diplomacy, international relations, sustainability, and of course, what it means to be human and to having solidarity with one another. The theme of this seminar, Advancing Solidarity, Equality and Sustainability, aligns with the pressing imperatives facing our nation and the broader global community. In an era marked by rapid technological advancement, shifting economic landscapes, complex geopolitical and social challenges, the role of academia in shaping public policy, fostering innovation, contributing to evidence-based governance as it is to speculative ideas, because science itself cannot just be evidence-based. To innovate, to participate in interventions that are quite helpful for the development of society, it's important that we think about science, about policy, even beyond the evidence-based. And one of the critical fault lines of our research is this notion of evidence-based, as though people cannot imagine and rethink the future, even without evidence, as they imagine and innovate anew. And therefore, I think it's very important that from the onset, I state this as an important imperative for critical thinking, critical analysis, and critical engagement with life, with making meaning, and with ensuring that we contribute constructively. Cannot just be us trying to show one another evidence. It should be about what else do we imagine to happen in the next 10 years, in the next 50 years, in the next 100 years, and beyond. In a poem titled No Serenity Here, the later Professor Khutsisile, one of the poets that I really like, because whose works intersect with economy, ecology, and how we imagine the future through literary imagination, says, an omelette cannot be unscrambled, not even the one who prepared in the crucible of the 19th century sordid European design. When Europe cut up its continent into little pockets of its imperialist want, and the greed, it was not for aesthetic reasons, nor was it in the service of African interest, intent, or purpose. Although he was generally optimistic personality, Professor Khutsisile, the literary being, could explain the past and the present and the future in a manner that the light of hope and the progress could not be dimmed in a world in which he existed and the world which he fought for and yearned for. And if you know him, you know that he wasn't just a poet, a scientist, but he was also in the forefront of the pursuit for the liberation of this country, the democracy that 31 years later we are enjoying. I'd like to say, in their closing chapter, in the book Reflections on Africa's Place in the World, Abba Omar and Lawrence Koramba explain today's world in ways that are somewhat not different from the explanations of Professor Khutsisile. And they say, the possibility of dramatic shifts in the balance of power acknowledges the foundational role of scientific knowledge and development in supporting national power and is cognizant of the constraints imposed by politics in the anarchic international system. In this anarchic international system that they so eloquently describe, they identify some of the key important trends that shape the emerging new world order today. And these are not at least constitutive of all the dynamics at play, but they quite, in a summative way, address some of the context and contents that we have to grapple with as this community. They say the shift to multipolarity is one of the emergent issues that we must be grappling with. The uncertainty and the instability in the global economy, the reduced domestic incentives for international cooperation. Our own university is one of those who have really lost when USAID stopped funding a program that we were supporting for Africa's leadership, where we had a footprint in the whole continent, including in Africa that speaks French. And this is quite evident of what they're saying. Equally, they say the seemingly inexorable problem of global climate change and ecological degradation is quite an important point for us to be attentive as we reflect on the G20, our chairpersonhood, and the critical theme that has been asked by South Africa to be the cornerstone or the ideation realm for our analysis, interactions, but also negotiations. As you gather here today in this important seminar that seeks to interrogate the interrelated themes, solidarity, equality, and sustainability, and their intersections with knowledge, research, policy development, I hope you keep in mind that although there may be no serenity at times, in the words of Khutsisile, that change is the only constant in life. And as human beings, our existence is inextricably tied to the question of how we adapt to the changes we create and the experiences across time and space. Whether you're a student of politics, governance, public affairs or not, the inescapable reality is that the world as we know it is changing rapidly right in front of our eyes. And more changes and uncertainties still lie ahead. Although some parts of the world are deeply troubled and facing nervous conditions, to borrow from Tsitsi Dangaremba, the Zimbabwean novelist, we need a sense of self-awareness that defies Professor Khutsisile in the here and now, because it is, and it looks like the omelette can be unscrambled. For me, it is these nervous conditions that will produce the necessary skepticism and the critical thought that will take us, countries of the global south and humanity as a whole, to the next level. And as I think about this, I think about the great scholar, the late social scientist who reminded us in the role of academia in advancing multilateralism or empowering countries, especially of the global south, Sameh Amin, who reminded us that perhaps we as Africans are quite drunk with mimicking the developmental trajectories of Euro-Americas and recently of Asia, and not necessarily reimagining our own futures and how we contribute to them, including the agency that governments, public sector, institutions of higher learning, science councils, and the private sector, or the rent-seeking elites sometimes, whether political or economic, must be attentive to. And he posits a theory of delinking in the context of a political economy and development theory, where countries of the South must break free from the constraints and dependencies imposed by the capitalist system, but also the multilateral systems that often marginalize the contributions of the global South, even of Africa and or South Africa. And we know the case in point, whether you refer to the role that South Africa played in fighting for dignity, for justice, in what is going on in Palestine, or whether you think about extractive economies that oftentimes are exported elsewhere, whether you think about biotic resources that do not help us as our societies, which our policies, whether trading policies, allow to be exported to other countries when they could be developed for the purposes of the developmental trajectories of the country and the continent. And he says, we must be at the center of determining our developments. We must pursue independent, self-determined development. And he uses the idea of delinking to express that conceptually and intellectually as an idea that we must think about. But he doesn't talk about this delinking from autarky, that idea of you are just secluded, you don't have any interactions with any other country or any other continent. His view is that the third world countries cannot and will not achieve sustainable development by simply adjusting their strategies to the demands of the global capitalist system that they do not control. Did you hear what he says? Sameh Amin says, the third world countries cannot and will not achieve sustainable development by simply adjusting their strategies, let me say policies, whether trading or about how we govern each other or even how we protect our resources. And equally, he argues that African countries or third world countries, at the time he was, at his time, he was reflecting on that notion of third world. Now we talk about the global south or the global majorities. I don't know what nomenclature that SAPAM would use. However, I think we understand. He argues that the third world countries and African countries must de-link from the logic and the grammar of the global capitalist system. He says it is extractive, but we must rethink heterogeneous policy systems that benefit South Africa as they would the continent and the contribution that Africa makes in the world. This means African countries must prioritize their own domestic development agendas and goals, as well as how they intersect with external and external relations, and not subject themselves as subservient partners in the marketplace of international relations. What does this mean, therefore, for us as SAPAM, as presidency, as institutions of learning? I think it's an important insight that we should reflect with on. And then, what are the most visible changes that we can attest to around these changes that require us as scholars, academics, as institutions of learning, but also as public leaders, especially public servants? And I'm not using this new terminology of public, what are you called? Public, they're not called public servants anymore. Public staff or personnel. That's how we talk about it. It's too muted because it doesn't make that case for fighting for the development of the country as it is to promote the best of the African continent. In the sphere of politics and governance, the most visible and somewhat disruptive changes globally is the changing balance of power characterized mainly by the fierce contestations between the declining, the declining United States and the re-emerging China and attendant friends. This ongoing reality is likely to have a significant impact on the global governance system on the one hand, and the national on the other hand. To be sure that these changes or contests, which have been long coming, are attended to. In the past 4 decades, several shifts have been taking place in the production of the value chain structures of global economy as they have been of the global knowledge systems. In the main, these shifts have led to the current situation, including the rising tensions as expressed in the fierce competitions between the two countries on the matters such as trade, investments, aid, cybersecurity, information warfare, medical science, the bioweaponry that we experience through COVID-19, and the high-tech and development of artificial intelligence, machine learning, and associated aspects. And the questions that we must ask ourselves as leaders is, even these developments in science and technologies, how much of this do we own? How much of this do we have influence and radical change into these spaces? For public policy and governance thinkers, and for public policy and governance thinkers, as well as practitioners, the main debate and concerns have always centered around whether there are alternatives to the ways in which we govern human affairs, development, knowledge, finances, and economic distribution. For the longest time since the triumph of liberal democracy and neoliberal economics, embodied in the discourse of globalization in the global north and many other parts of the world, some sections of thinking classes, yourselves, colleagues, including myself, universities, had begun to believe that there were no alternatives to the hegemony of these social forces, liberal democracy and neoliberal economics. When you speak to most government colleagues and you say universities are there to become partners in the research, senior officials say, no, we need to put this to a bid, or there must be a tender that we should think of how we build the roads in an expeditious way. And yet the public institutions are supported by public funds to ensure that we build and contribute and resource to the development. So the grammar of change that Samia Mir reminds us to embody is quite important. How do we extricate ourselves from hegemonic market orientation that makes everything, even that which creates life, to be for sale? What is the fetish around buying in the marketplace when sometimes we can come together to think anew how to reimagine and rethink change, development, and success? Without boring you any further, what I'm trying to suggest is that the world we live in is changing rapidly in fundamental ways. I'm saying the Euro-American unipolar world order that prevailed for the past 40 years is rapidly receding into the past and is giving away to a multipolar world which is largely driven by the re-emergence of China and other significant players from the global south. If you just are a young person who is not, who doesn't have access to a library or access to economic analysis, and you love cars, just their engineering, not consumptive greed culture type love, you'll see this the receding power of European automotive industry, and you'll see how fast in the continent and everywhere else, including in Europe, the automotive industry has become dominated by China. So we don't have to go into, say, some deep science to look at what's happening before our eyes. Even just mere phenomenological observations are already testifying to some of these changes. And therefore, the assumptions that informed much of our theorization and the practice about governance, around management of public affairs, around how we create knowledge and how we research knowledge, how we form the next iteration, the next generation of scholars, of scientists, of public affairs experts, are becoming models that we should interrogate and ask ourselves, are they yielding transformative impact? Are they enabling our societies to extricate themselves from poverty that is vulgar, that steals away people's humanity? Are we eradicating poverty, or are we, what is the word they use? Alleviating. You know, there's a difference between eradication and alleviating, and it is a clear articulation of the policy commitments that we are attesting to. I want to suggest, therefore, that these two major trends will have a massive impact on how we think about the coming world and the related matters of governance, research, the execution of the strategies at national and institutional level. I also want to say these particular contradictions, contestations, and clear phenomena are going to influence how we think about how South Africa, as the chairperson of the G20, engages and advocates for a world where life is valued, where dignity is important, where ecological justice is advocated and protected for future generations to live. And I think the question that we must be contending with, therefore, is what is to be done? How will we be relating? Will the G20 be just a good, nice event where events and hosts for events enjoy the profits? Or will it be just a talk system that will not influence the global changes that are necessary? I think these are questions that we should ask ourselves and even ask DM and ministers when you go to cabinet. How then do you engage with universities and think tanks such as SAPAM to ensure that your negotiations, your consultations, and your influence of the G20 becomes meaningful? You have already done so with a good theme. Now that we have partially defined, or at least sketched through, not substantively, but somewhat, the changing character of the world we live in today, perhaps the next obvious question is, what is to be done? Somewhere in I Write What I Like, Steve Biko writes about Black consciousness in almost the same way that Fanon spoke about the pitfalls of national consciousness. The pitfalls of national consciousness, that thing where we want to mimic everything that they do and not do what we want to do. He says, the interrelationship between the consciousness of the self and the emancipatory program is of paramount importance. Blacks no longer seek to reform the system because so doing implies acceptance of the major points around which the system revolves. Blacks are out to completely transform the system and to make of it what they wish. Can I repeat? He says the interrelationship between the consciousness of the self and the emancipatory program is of paramount importance. Blacks no longer seek to reform the system because so doing implies acceptance of the major points around which the system revolves. Blacks are out to completely transform the system and to make it of what they wish. When he was writing this, it was in the context of oppression, of marginalization of African people, of their dehumanization, including in trading systems. And Biko was appealing to the fact that we must not reform the systems, but we must transform them. And in akin ways to what he was asserting, I think it's important for us to say, as Africans and as South Africa, also speaking on behalf and with Africans, we must transform the international and multilateral systems through our chairpersonship. Similarly, Fanon, in The Wretched of the Earth, writes, the national middle class, which takes over power at the end of the colonial regime, meaning us colleagues. So when we talk about, I'm also included, so that when we do our analysis, we do it without being defensive, but with a commitment and agency and ethical duty to do something about it. He says the national middle class, which takes over power at the end of colonial regime, is an underdeveloped middle class. You know, we are all 6 months away from poverty if we lose our jobs. So Fanon was not wrong. All of us 6 months away from poverty. They stop paying your salary, you lose your house, your car, and the children lose the 3 cheeses they know. It says it has practically no economic power. And in any case, it is in no way commensurate with the bourgeoisie of the mother country which it hopes to replace. In its willful narcissism, the national middle class is easily convinced that it can advantageously replace the middle class of the mother country. But at the same time, at the same independence, which literally drives it into coma, will give rise within its ranks to catastrophic reactions and will oblige it to send out frenzied appeals for help to the former mother country. And if you think about it, this recall of US aid money, as though Fanon was aware that there could be some of these challenges that we would be dealing with. Despite the progress that South Africa and the African continent have made since independence, it is the catastrophic reactions observed in the global north and the south that have become more pronounced in our public life today. As an antidote to these reactions, I want to suggest the following things or questions for further examination and deliberations here, but also beyond. How much of the politics and governance have we been pursuing since independence and has been about assimilation, as Fanon suggests, and not real change? And in the current fluid international and domestic environment, can we change the course? Is UNISA, SAPAM, TUT, and all other participants in the innovation system of South Africa, are we ready and willing to engage in the type of questions that can make us to think critically and consider the political, economic, social, and institutional solutions that we have not yet imagined? And how do we do so in the G20, even as we forge partnerships with other countries who are also looking for their own interests? At an institutional level, what kind of re-engineering is required to increase the legitimacy and the effectiveness of public institutions so that we can achieve better social outcomes or economic outcomes? What are the institutional arrangements that we can think of beyond the tender process, colleagues? In the digital age, and in the context of the onset of the conversion technologies, what others popularly refer to as the fourth industrial revolution policy, where industrial innovation is always ahead of public policy curve, what can we do to make sure that we have the necessary laws, policies, and ethical frameworks to encourage more innovation while managing the downside of the very innovation that takes place or that takes us forward as humanity? So let me make an example. Universities such as UNISA that optimize multimodality, the technology and the people, contact and virtual systems. We've also realized that technology, as the Swedish have, can become a downside, especially when you don't own it. So if there's one day that Microsoft switched off and all of us couldn't function, and that was a challenge for national sovereignty as it was for the quality of life that we should be bringing. So when we are busy, excited about artificial intelligence, machine learning, and so on, let's not forget the sovereignty of the country and the imperative to protect our future, whilst at the same time looking at the innovations that are important. What is our theory of change in these complex and transitional moments in our history? Are we capable of seeing the changes occurring around us, not only through the technical lens, but the cultural lenses too, whether economic, social, music, and others? What new cultures are beginning to emerge in the workspaces at home, at leisure, in public sector, in private sector, but also in the international relations realm? How will they shape the next frontiers of intellectual inquiry and curiosity? In the midst of tensions and conflicts rising in many parts of the world, what can we do to bring the world together in a way that keeps the peace sustainable? How do we get more governments and leaders to believe that the collective prosperity is better for everyone than just 63 people having the most money than governments themselves? I believe that the innovation, research, development, and solidarity experiences of the past 8 years can serve as a good starting point for us to consider new pathways of making our world a better world to live in. In this regard, I have no doubt that SAPAM, that presidency or the government, working with various social partners, will continue to facilitate such questions in their efforts to answer them. Even though I may not have answered all your questions around what is to be done, I hope and believe that I've tried to pose the questions that will allow us as a collective to attempt to find collective answers and questions and imagination of the future. In a way, if we disappoint Professor Khutsisile and all those who fought for our freedom, not just in South Africa, in the continent, the Aboriginal peoples everywhere in the world who have been trampled upon, and not unscramble the omelette in the context where our world is increasingly unserene. If such a word exists, then I believe we will overcome the nervousness condition that is defined by Tsitsi Dangaremba and find ways to do things we ought to do and achieve the objectives of an equal, sustainable, and solidarity-guided world. Therefore, in line with the theme which we have been asked to reflect on the role of higher education in the chairpersonship of G20, and in the context that we have earlier on somewhat mapped, it is important to note that higher education systems, the national innovation systems, and academia have no choice. They cannot just be observers in the global events and policy discourses attended to such. Academia is an essential participant in shaping the critical ideas, analysis, imagination, and interventions that our country must make as a chairperson. It will be prudent for higher education institutions to be central to the policy planning, articulations, but also to the advocacy to ensure that we drive meaningful change and contribute to science and diplomacy. In the main, because it's mostly we, whether intellectual elites, political elites, economic elites, that are in these realms of negotiations. We must never forget those who are on the underside, and therefore the role of advocacy is quite important. Finally, the roles of universities, in essence or summatively, could be to be the Habinga, the bridge between the scientific knowledge and international relations, to ensure that science and science engagement and diplomacy are resourced with research that is quality, outstanding, attentive to the human condition as it is to the global contestations that we have referred to. 2, we should foster collaborations that optimize diplomacy and integrate science, public policy, and studies in ways that negotiation systems will not just be based on affective matters, but will be cognitively create a just system. 3, we must be at the center of co-constructing intellectual, experiential platforms as we do prospective knowledge, in order that politicians, researchers, students, economic players, diplomats, and multidisciplinary and transdisciplinary systems beyond evidence-based research, including speculative and anticipatory, advisory and assurance systems in a multilateral systems where sometimes the role of Africa and the world and the role of South Africa and the continent are marginalized. We should have expertise for policy consultations in these negotiations and ensure that it's not just a few bureaucrats, DM, I apologize. Sometimes that's what we do as government. And sometimes we recognize the preachers and the chiefs before the intellectuals. Yet they are the ones who can help us to engage. So I'm saying those multidisciplinary voices or transdisciplinary voices are quite essential in the representation of South Africa as a leader of this important multilateral event. Finally, Let us advocate for global justice over the hegemonic powers in an unjust unipolar world and promote human logics and grammars of peace with justice and economic transformation that is resonant to our country. I would have loved to have read a quote by President Mandela, where he was reminding the African Union, the OAU then, in a meeting of the heads of states in Tunisia, that we cannot, as Africans, be content with the recolonization, whether economic, political, knowledge of our continent. That we cannot allow, in similar ways that the Roman Empire would have decimated Carthage, the site and the center of development of pre-industrial Africa. That if we live in this context, in this multilateral system, we must be attentive to how we ensure that the dignity of Africans and their geographic horizons and their imaginations are protected. And when he was belaboring and bemoaning that we were complicit as a continent, he said, in the distant days of antiquity, a Roman sentenced this African city to death. Carthage must be destroyed. That was the statement. And Carthage was destroyed. Today we wander among the ruins. Amongst its ruins, only our imagination and historical records enable us to experience its magnificence. Only our African being makes it possible for us to hear the piteous cries of the victims of the vengeance of the Roman Empire. And yet we can say this, that all human civilization rests on the foundations such as the ruins of the African city of Carthage. The architectural remains like the pyramids of Egypt. The sculptures of the ancient kingdoms of Ghana and Mali and Benin, like the temples of Ethiopia. The Zimbabwean and Mapungubwe civilizations, the rock paintings of the Kalahari and Namib Desert. These speak of Africa's contribution to the formation and the conditions of civilization. And therefore, for us as African scholars and intellectuals, we don't have any option but to request our government to ensure that the voices of our country is representative of humanizing grammars, logics, solidarity, equality. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you, Professor, for your seminal keynote address. It was indeed very awe-inspiring. I think my grammar has changed. Ladies and gentlemen, we must please give another round of applause to the first woman, UNISA Vice-Chancellor. To further develop this keynote, we now hear from our two respondents, Dr. Kanjelwa Mtunisi, Professor Ricky Mukonswa, who sit at the intersection, ladies and gentlemen, of research, innovation, and strategy. So the doctor and the professor will be given 10 minutes each to respond to the keynote address from Professor Lengabula. Over to you. Thank you, Doc.
Okay, thank you, colleagues. Thank you very much, Prof, for that interesting presentation that you have rendered here. We've been given a responsibility to respond to your keynote address. You were Okay, thank you. Look, my response really raises on your point where you ask a question as to what to be done. And I want to pitch that you did actually respond to it, but I wanted to pitch it specifically on the role of the academics now, not really the academia as the institutions of higher learning, but the role of the academics. If you look at this issue that has brought us here on the chairpersonship, which is borders on 3 pillars, which is equality, solidarity, it's equality, solidarity, and sustainability. Now, we are able to actually respond positive to it only if we are honest about its nature. And the argument is that currently, South Africa, and this is what I'm bringing in, South Africa has to host these 3 pillars, and I'm going to call them that way, has to host these 3 pillars: the pillar of equality, and if you look at the reality, and we're making that equality as an example for now, that you have South Africa that pursue equality by perpetuating inequality. And it is a voice that academics have. I don't want to emphatically say it's a voice that academics have not delved into, because it is equally true that ignorance is not lack of knowledge. But I'm going to say that if you have research that wants to bring solidarity, but that those who pursue solidarity, they do so by doing lack of solidarity. And I'm going to argue that now. And then you want to bring in the issue of sustainability when the people who must ensure sustainability do so by making sure that the country is not sustainable. And then the question is, and to respond to this, how then do academics respond to this question? Because at the end of the day, if you're going to look at this issue of equality, it tells you that people who are at the epicenter must not be relegated to the periphery. And those who are in the periphery must be brought back to the epicenter. Whether you are looking at the issues of equality, and when I was seated here, I heard that there's still a remuneration imbalance between the 2 genders. And I asked myself, which policy then still allows for that? That somebody can just say, I'm a professor, I am employing you, I am going to just do it just a little bit below just because on the gender balance. But all that then you ought to understand is that if academics ought to contribute to these pillars, academics needs to be sure in voicing their voice that government ought to make sure that when they talk about equality, they must not talk about equality of the few. They must not look at the system that is called an all-inclusive in an all-exclusive form, where it's only the bread of the elite at the expense of the bread of the majority. Academics needs to have a voice on that. If South Africa, and it's a question of a demonstration and the reflection, if South Africa chairs these 3 pillars, and if they chair these 3 pillars, they cannot chair something actually that they are still in pursuit of the answers. So you can't chair equality when you are still in pursuit of equality. And in fact, you ought to look at it from the 2 dispensations. The one dispensation that we all know that we start not wanting to talk about the dispensation of the the apartheid system, and then you're looking at the democratic system, and then you start wanting to argue whether do we actually have democracy, because the issue that emanate from that one is the fact that you have a democracy that seeks to redress every inequality that has been brought by the former system. But we do so by dressing up same behavior, doing that through saying it's a corruption. I don't know whether it's a social construction problem or what, because I sometimes ask myself that if that is a practice, is it because probably there's lack of people who have seen proper governance, and I'm still saying that in respect of equality, sustainability, and what's the third one? And solidarity. You cannot then as academics lower the volume of our voice when there is enough evidence. I think if we were listening right here, there was a speaker that actually did mention the fact that if you look at the epicenter, it has a full loaf of bread, but it has few people who are eating at it. And those who are eating at that full loaf of bread, they are eating at it at the expense of those who needs it. And then this research, and I'm saying let's pitch academics, let's pitch the branch of the academia, which is the body of academics, into saying, when we deal with equality, let us not deal with equality that does not exist. Let us deal with equality that exists. If we want equality, let us contribute to government in order for government to bring the real equality. If we want to look at the issues of solidarity, let us advise government through our, whether it's research, policy briefs, or whatever it is. Because if our voice becomes silent on this issue, then we are going to have production of knowledge that is premised on the wrong problem. And the problem here is that if South Africa has to demonstrate inequality, and it suffers inequality, and it has to chair and become activists of equality, you cannot be active on something that you are suffering from. It's sometimes becoming very difficult to have a bipolar patient having to treat another bipolar patient. When it's issues of the national interest. But all I'm saying, that we already, Prof, have the access to collaboration with government through the think tanks, through various institutions. I want to then challenge the academics in this manner, that let us be honest in what is the real problem of government. And the real problem of government is solidarity that is not solidarity, is equality that is not equality, is, what's that? It's sustainability that is not sustainability. And if our volume is too low, the country goes low. Thank you.
Program Director, thank you very much for the opportunity that has been afforded to me to share my my thoughts on the keynote address by Professor Linkabula. I'm going to be honest with you. As I was sitting over there, for a moment I thought I should just disappear. Because Prof. Linkabula raised the level of debate to a level that is quite high, Prof. Thank you so much for that. But what gave me courage was the realization that I'm not the keynote speaker. And therefore, I don't carry much in terms of responsibility. Ladies and gentlemen, I will repeat again, I think Prof was very articulate in a keynote speech. And one of the things that I picked up from her speech is that there is a congruence between the theme of our G20 presidents and the challenges that South Africa has identified over time. You would find that issues of inequality, issues of poverty, and issues of unemployment are issues that have been articulated in various policy documents in South Africa. And when the theme has those three pillars, you can see that there is no disconnect between the two. But when she raised the issue of us being over-dependent on the evidence-based approach and limiting ourselves to what the human mind can actually do, the human ingenuity and creativity that can actually give us a different world from the one that we currently have. I say to myself, knowledge is not to be worshipped, but it is to be challenged. Because this is, I think, something that I then say to myself, most of the times we limit ourselves to what is there and fail to imagine that which can be there. And that was a very important contribution, Prof, that I think as we face this momentous occasion that we have, that has been presented by the G20 presidents to the country and to the continent, as African scholars and the rest of the academia, we need to raise our level of thinking such that we can begin, even the problems that Africa faces, we can begin to think about solutions that can get us out of these problems. And I think she identified some of our challenges as the challenge of mimicry. We tend to want to import solutions from other places, which may not necessarily be suitable to solve our problems. Program Director, I also picked something from a presentation, and it was the theory of delinking by Samir Amin. And she articulated that it cannot really be very helpful in helping us to achieve sustainable development. Now, my mind took me to developments that we experienced a few weeks, months ago, when the US government decided to withdraw aid to African government. And one who would have followed the comments by presidents and even public intellectuals, there was so much crying, and there was so much noise about what are we going to do given the challenges, the help that America was. But my question, as I said there, was it not an opportunity for us to think about delinking ourselves from the dependence that had developed in our different African nations to America, and therefore promoting its hegemony? What I'm simply saying, Prof. Linkabula, is that I think at a practical level, delinking appears to be something that is not easy to accept given the history of Africa's dependence on Europe and America. I also picked up that something that is very important and that each one of us must take home as academics. I think we've got to define ourselves. We've got to understand who we are as South African intellectuals, as African intellectuals. We've got to be able to then project our stories and to project our ideas in relation to who we are. So that consciousness, for me, is something that I picked from a public lecture. But sometimes we just write for the sake of writing. We publish for the sake of publishing, without this deep thought of who we are and what position we should take in world politics. And I think another issue that came out was, we always celebrate and at times over-celebrate the importance of technology and how it can be a panacea for our problems. But I think she helped us to pause and think and say to ourselves, but who owns this technology? And what are the inherent risks that are there in us not owning the technology that we so much think is a solution to our problems? Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to end by what I think, in very simple terms, we need to do as academics in order to, to be part of this G20 presidents and to be part of this success that is before us. I think the first thing is that we need to celebrate and be part of the celebration, because this is the first time that it has happened that an African country hosts the G20 and is a president to this multilateral institution. And it puts spotlight on Africa. And I even come back to what she said, that it then should challenge us as academics to raise the level of thinking and the level at which, we interrogate issues. One senior academic once warned me that scholarship is not about exposing the obvious. So we need to ensure that we challenge ourselves, begin to understand the problems that we are faced with as South Africa, as Africa, and the global South. And we must be able to identify the right questions, because the quality of an academic is based not on the answers that they give, but rather on the questions that they ask. So we must be able to ask the right questions as we have this opportunity that is before us. I think the second and probably the last thing that I think we must do, we must be able to communicate that which we research. We are here, we have the privilege of coming here to this venue and deliberate on this very important issue. But how do we take some of the reflections that we have here and take them out there to where they can get an even bigger audience, so that every South African in the street, if possible, has an understanding of what is before us and how it can help us to become a better nation. So I'm simply saying, beyond writing our journal articles, our books, and our book chapters, we can take this information to where it can be accessed by a wider audience. Here I'm talking about writing newspaper articles, posting blogs, and all those other platforms where the information that we are discussing here can be accessed. Those were my reflections on Professor Linkabula's keynote address. I thank you.
Oh, ladies and gentlemen, for somebody who said he's not that courageous, come on, let's give our prof a round of applause. Prof, you did and you challenged. You did well. All right, ladies and gentlemen, now, we're going to keep the professor here a little bit longer, because she asked me as soon as her speech was done, can I go down? Normally, as a alumni of UNISA myself, I would be disciplined by the professor. So today I'm taking in charge. Okay, Prof, no, I'm sorry, you cannot go down. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be doing the Q&A, but before we do the Q&A, Prof, something very important happened this morning. Sometimes, Prof, when we drive, they say that we academics, I'm not an academic, colleagues. I'm first and foremost a public servant. So I don't know about academic. Well, let me just say, you all heard about my mother today, right? And SABC. Wasn't by choice, Professor. It was my father this time who said, you finish school, at the age of 17, 18, you go straight into the public service. No child of the Naidu family will do that. Prof, you'll understand. You must go to university. And the more they said, go to university and study maths and science, at the age of 18, I started to count 1, 2, 3, 36, 8, 5, 4, 2, 1, to prove that I couldn't do maths and science. So becoming a doctor wasn't by choice. In the public service, it was just to get a few promotions. So, Prof, if I stayed at a level 5 in government, I would have been part of the poverty statistics. And there's nothing wrong with that. So I had to study very hard to come to where I am. So a factory man's child with not much. At the age of 18, knew nothing and entered government and became a doctor. Ma, through women like you, thank you. Now I must, you're giving me a round of applause. Huh? Prof, I'm fortunate because this time I didn't ask and I got it. So I was driving this morning from home to come to the seminar. And the reason why I'm deviating from the, beside the fact that Prof, you're looking lovely and so would the doc and Prof on stage, but we just want you to relax a bit. I saw some people go like, so I just want to make sure we all alert. So when I was driving, sometimes, those that got a little bit of academic in us, we look at the wind and we say, what I said to you this morning, I wonder what color the wind is. And sometimes my family calls me the mad scientist because Maxwell, I will ask them. I ask them, why is the sky blue? What makes the sky blue? Why do we only speak about an ecosystem? Why don't we speak about a biosphere? So as a public administrator who has studied public administration, I like to borrow, Prof. I want to borrow from all over. You see, the eco-sciences and ecology that the Prof spoke about, Aike, bona. Mara, we too have it in public administration, but we don't know how to use it. When we hear the tech words or the nice words of the technocrats where they go like ecosystem, all public servants go, ecosystem, the ecosystem. The ecosystem tells us we must do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Sometimes, Prof, you ask them, please tell me the characteristics of the ecosystem. Oh, what's that? So when I was driving today, you all awake, ne? Look how beautiful this looks. And there's a little flower above the G20 logo. You see the beautiful flower there. And why I'm saying this, because so many of us were speaking here, right? And they were looking for answers. Can you believe it? Doctors, professors looking for answers. They went like, G20, what did it say? Solidarity and equality and what's the other word there? Sustainability. So I like to think, you know why, ladies and gentlemen? I think, therefore I am. And not I am, therefore I think. No, no, no. It's because I think that I am here, that the prefrontal cortex starts to work, inspires you. You can put it into a hypofrontality state. You can put it into a hyperfrontality state. My Father in heaven, ladies and gentlemen, will be very proud of me today, because I did not become a medical doctor, but at least I understood that part of the brain. The main element, and please remember this one, it's important information. The main element of the logo for South Africa's G20 presidency represents the King Protea. My dear colleagues, that is one of the most stunningly beautiful, other than me, flower in South Africa. And I'm going to tell you something a little bit special about this one. The King Protea's ability to regenerate after fires mirrors the country's spirit of renewal and hope. World, America, whoever you are, world, I challenge you. You could do anything to us Africans and South Africans, but you shall never break us. And every time we fall, we shall rise. And when we rise again, be careful, because we can do it far stronger. So the flower serves as a reminder that even in the darkest times that we've gone through, like the COVID-19, and we all lost loved ones, and the whole world, Prof, thought, South Africa and Africa, we worried about those people, ne? They may not make it. And guess what, ladies and gentlemen? We were one of the best countries and continents in the world when it came to how we handled the COVID. So even in the darkest times, there is always a chance for new beginnings. Now, I want us to do this, ladies and gentlemen. Whenever we think about the G20 in our country, go to DERCO, their Instagram page, and you'll find the information on this flower. And every time when you then look and when you think about the G20, think about two things. Think about the flower and think about me. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Now let's open up for some Q&A. Now I've noticed, Prof, that Prof Alima in the crowd said she likes order and she likes to start from that side. And then I thought, no, I also like order. But let's start from this side. So let's give our colleagues on the far right. So what we're going to do, colleagues, we're not going to really, we're going to open the floor for a few short questions, but let's ask rich, dense questions, right? So I want to encourage questions that sharpen, that clarify, or that open new intellectual doors. So let's try that approach if we can. But you don't always have to keep it to that approach, but we're going to try to do that. So we're going to start right there, and while you're thinking about your questions and you want to raise your hand, colleagues, I just want to share this with you very quickly while we're waiting. Please also, I must say a special welcome, which I didn't do in the morning, to two of my very dear colleagues, two of my teammates that are attending the session with me, Ms. Mpo Ntuli and Mr. Nkosanati Magadula. I just want to say thank you very much for joining me today, colleagues. You rock in the back. Thank you. Questions, over to you. Gentleman in the black, number one. Yeah, give it up to my guys. Thank you. You rock. All right. Gentlemen in the black, questions here, colleagues? I will be passing your gentleman here in the green. No, they were too slow in raising hand. That's one. Prof is two. The lady in the back, you covered, Ma? All right, you're fine. This group, see, I was worried about the dessert. This group, guys? That group there, Maxwell, your group? You good? And we got two in the end. So let's take the gentleman, let's take Prof, let's take two in the end. Let's have a nice hot firing round, and then we will end towards closure. Thank you so much. Over to you, sir.
Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, the panelists. Good afternoon, the VC. I think I must share this. The VC that you see there, we defended communists tried to attack, but we defended. She came victorious.
Allah, Allah, ne.
She's leading the very beautiful institution in our land. And then I'm shriving when I'm standing here. This platform is too big. I will narrate going down on why I'm saying it's too big for me. And then congratulations, VC, for your reappointment to lead us. And congratulations to the convocation whom we just defended, Dr. Montla. Standing here is Eric Vukela, coming from the poor, dusty area with SG. I don't see him here. I know that he doesn't know me, but I know his children and his family. Standing here is Eric Vukela. If I'm abusing your platform, Program Director, I apologize on my behalf. This man who stands here passed matric in 2004, tried to search the gate of university for about 8 years. Someone came and picked me up, but when he picked me up, it was the intention of seeking job opportunities when I arrived in Pretoria in 2008. Therefore, someone came when I was doing some access contract. Access contract is so-called. It's a security who stand in the gate and advise, say, no, there's an institution somewhere in the mountains. Go there and find the prospect and search a course. 2013 down the line, then I walked to university and find the prospect, and then I throw in my matric certificate and then the document that they wanted. When I arrived home, I received the message from my brother's phone because I didn't have a phone. You are accepted to come and register for a course at the university. I therefore passed the first qualification in 2016 in record time. I proceeded. When I'm sitting here, you are acting register. Just confirm my third degree to say I must come and parade in your stage on the 26th of June. I must come to the question, but I will not dwell much to your speech. VC, the Parliament just published the Private Members Bill, which seek to invite us, the public, to put a comment on it, which seek to relieve or to cancel the debt for the student. I just want to check on you, VC, if you support that draft. If you support, did you make a comment on it? For that comment in a question, by extension, the SG, when he was presenting his presentation here, he says, people are not participating in higher learning. So I must check on you, VC. How many students, if you do have a record, how many students have registered in your, have applied in your university? How many did you reject? How many did not qualify? I think that question will answer the SG. By extension, what the main reason or fact for us not participating in a higher learning? I hear someone is whispering on behind me to say time and time. I'm about to conclude.
Thank you.
I think by my submission, I will be forced to pause here. Thank you very much for the opportunity. See you on the 26th of June. I also going to do the level NQF level 9 with your university.
Well done.
Thank you very much.
Well done, thank you, and I'll be there at your convocation. Well done, thank you so much, thank you. Professor, over to you, sir, thank you.
So thank you very much. In terms of the presentation that's being made, it's really important, I think, that we amplify what was raised in this session itself. Because I don't believe what was shared here is the sole preserve of those of us that are sat inside this venue. So I want to, with your permission, expand on that just a little bit. The one thing that's quite clear, and it's really good as well, reminding us of what people have said about the process of decolonization. Yeah? So using those references are very important. But towards that end, we also need to then maybe at least recognize that our consciousness results from the material experiences we engage with this real world, as we heard from the previous speaker. Empirical data, colleagues, it's not a question of if or but. It arises both from experimentation, in other words, what we may call science, but also observation, including observation of the experiments taking place. And it's you that's doing it, as you explained to us, Program Director. So this excellent critique, which then leads to the question, what must be done? And remember, others have asked it with really much more success than we may be considering even. That was back in the early part of the 20th century. I honestly believe we need to answer a question before, and that's really why after 31 years, in the face of empirical data confirming what does not work, that we allow ourselves to remain under the fundamentalist orthodoxies that force us into doing experiments and measurements within a logic that makes no sense today. If I ask this question more broadly, and I see the smile because this I've raised previously, we have 26 public universities in this country. We have 26 at least departments of economics. How many teach a critique of capitalism, and how many teach you how to fit yourself underneath it? It's 26 for, 0 against. And I really think that comes to the hub of what transformation demands of us. Not to have another 31 years of the experiences you mentioned. Free, universal, high quality education for all is possible, should we dream to allow us, to believe in it. Thank you very much, colleagues.
Thank you, the two speakers on that end, and then we're going to wrap up the questions. Thank you so much.
I have my notes here. Yeah. Thank you very much, Prof, for the wonderful presentation. And I think the presentation was a cry to go back to black. You laid down a strong vision for black radical thought, and I think it's missing in the South African academic discourse. South African universities, mostly in their entirety, are perpetuating neoliberal capitalism. And it's basically because the post-1994 project was a makeover rather than decolonization. And the question that I would like to ask you is that the decolonial scholar and abolitionist have drawn a critique from the Azanian tradition, which they've questioned the South African Constitution into 3 lines. They said the Constitution is just an adjustment of the white world, number 1. Number 2, the Constitution sustains colonial logics of state formation, political economy, rationalization, and upholds the erasure of African cosmologies, legalities, epistemologies, and ultimately naturalizes white supremacy. And the question that I want to ask is that, given that the country and the education system itself is bounded by the Higher Education Act, which is a neoliberal project on its own, what is it that we need to do to transform the higher education sector?
Yeah, that question was for me, so I'll try and answer it for you. So I think the issue that you raised is an important one around the issue of disconnecting and yet still leading. And so I'm asking from the panel to say, we are now the presidency of G20, and you are arguing for a disconnect. How do you also still lead when you have to disconnect? Number 2, you've also raised a big paradox for South Africa. So when you say we can't lead on equality when we are still looking for equality. So in this context then, how do we overcome this paradox? That G20, we are expected to deliver on equality, and yet we are still trying to grapple on how do you bring equality. So as a G20 advice from the academics, how then do you provide this equality, ensure that equality actually is implemented? Because I assume that we are at a better position since we understand to be unequal and its pain, that we are able to make a better argument. But you are saying we need first to be doctored and be healthy so that we can provide a better leadership around this sickness of inequality. Thank you.
Unity for engagement, so it's not unidirectional. We are going to co-construct the rational discourse and imagination together. I want to start with the last question. And I like the last question because it also raised questions that I did not agree with Professor Mkonza and my colleague, Mr. Mtunzi. Because they say, especially Mr. Mtunzi, that you cannot go and assert equality or the pursuit for equality if you are embodied in inequality. And I think that's not the case. And I want to hold a different position. And I want to say, if you read Paulo Freire, who went on to draw on the works of Amilcar Cabral, having visited the towns, the regions, and the cities in Guinea and in the island, what's the, Cabo Verde. Paulo Freire says, it is the imagination of the poor, the trampled upon, and those on the underside. And he borrows from Cabral, who must necessarily be at the forefront of liberating themselves from the tentacles of oppression and inequality. But for them to succeed, to sustain themselves, and they must therefore, these organic processes must also intersect with you, the academics, and the elites, so that that imagination is done collectively for transformation. And for me, it means even if you're trampled upon, even if, in the words of Martin Luther King or former Bishop Tutu, or if you think about a few theologians or radicals who have tried to think about these aspects, your poverty does not mean you have no cognitive abilities to imagine the change and to participate in the change that you must necessarily be involved with. And therefore, I think for us as South Africa, therefore, notwithstanding the contradictions of poverty, inequality, and the challenges that we are going through, these do not derail us to identifying them as that which creates death-dealing situations, not only for South Africans, for the majority poor in the world, and because of the global distributions or allocations of economic opportunity and access. Therefore, we must, even in the G20, be the voices with others who want to turn this world that is laced with violence, with mutilation of Africa, with extractive cultures and greed that we don't even measure. We measure poverty, but we don't measure greed. It's very important, therefore, that we don't lose our voices, my brothers, that we ensure that our conditions are not our destiny, but our conditions allow us to pursue the destinies that will change the world. So I think I wanted to say that there are resources from Cabral's theorization, and especially looking at what Professor Rasigan, you were talking about, to say we don't just theorize in a decontextualized world. We theorize because we are embodied beings who have experiences, whether economic, whether cultural, whether knowledge. And therefore, those conditions must necessarily inspire and invite our rational or affective engagement or dialogue that necessarily seeks to answer the questions. And I think, therefore, colleagues, it's very important that this interplay, because we have also in universities or even in SAPAM, when I read your work sometimes, Prof, all of you are just worked out about the technicality of, did they follow the process? Who defined the process? Who determined that to have a budget, you must wait for one political party to agree to it? What are the disruptive systems that must be created in order that the financing of life, of democracy, and other systems is allowed to be stunted just because somebody is not happy about it. And how are these processes, how do they become ordained if we as participants are not committed to looking into these transformations? So I think as intellectuals, it is our core responsibility to ensure that at all material times, we're not just happy with these theories and the formulas. We work with formulas and theories that we inherit, and we never even question them. I do understand that, and I'll come to the other penultimate question. I'm not a decolonial scholar. I don't believe in that. I'm an anti-colonial scholar. And theoretically, there is somewhat a distinction. And I think also, I get quite worked out when South African scholars talk about decolonial scholarship as though it's a new concept, and when they forget that Minolo, D'Souza, Paulo Freire, all of them went and looked into the works that James Cone, the African-American black theologian, who started thinking around what forms of emancipatory theories, knowledge systems do we create in order that we rethink in works that we understand. And now all of us in South Africa, Minolo, we don't go back to the basics, to the fountains of where these theories emerge. And Minolo, D'Souza, and all of them base their works on Paulo Freire. But if you look what radicalized Paulo Freire and the pedagogy of the poor, you'll remember it is the visit to these countries in the continent where he was realizing that there were people like him who were looking at solutions and trying to advance change. So I think it's very important for us, even if theories are vogue, meaning they're fashionable, we don't just go into the bandwagon of what's fashionable, but we look at whether they are transformative. Am I saying decolonial scholarship is not progressive? No. I'm saying it's very progressive, it's very profound. It allows us to intersect with South America and all other oppressed global majorities. But it doesn't mean, as we do affirm and assert our scholarship, we must now continue to trample upon the very scholarship that we provided the fountain for their evolution and strengthening. Then the naturalization of white supremacy, we know that one. Even now as we're talking, if I were to come with a Sesotho expression, Oring, instead of looking for next door to interpret for you, or in isiZulu or something. So we've become so colonized that even when we are speaking to each other, it's not in our world systems and our thought system. It is in the translated world system and thought systems. Let me say why. We often say Africa is not strong in science and in mathematics. But we have people who have proven to us that is not true. So if you think of Mema Hlangu, I know TUT gave him an honorary award, but you gave him in a normal, sorry, I'll chat back. You gave him in creatives. We did something different from you. We gave her an honorary degree in mathematics. And we asked the Faculty of Mathematics to go and interpret her works, particular two art collections. Then we said the colleagues who are in machine learning and artificial intelligence to reproduce her works and to show how algorithms would show the mapping, the triangulation, and other mathematical concepts. And we have that art. And what was quite telling, colleagues, I can show the art. We gave it to President Beki, we gave it to Me herself, and then we kept one in our museum, but also in our gallery, so that the intersection between creativity, maths, and art, and decentering this notion that Africans struggle with math, to demonstrate that math is in the logics, in the grammar, in the texture of our music and our art. And we did honor her with mathematics. And I think that was very transformative, because now any arts students at TUT or UNISA or any other university represented here will know that art, will know that music, will know that the ideas around the future are all around mathematical applications, even if you don't define them as mathematics. Because how do you draw those triangles without a ruler, and we then say they are not triangles, yet it's mathematics? So I think it's very important, therefore, Dr. Makhoba, that we think beyond decolonial scholarship. We go to the archives, the intellectual archives of Africa, and we retell our stories without also negating the other knowledge areas that could intersect with us and create even more enriched knowledge. So I'm not one of those scholars who say, let's sit in our corner and be a village. I'm not interested in just being a village. I have aspirations for students, for staff to be in the world, to choose and frame the worlds that they want to participate in. And therefore, I think that idea of drawing on knowledge systems from everywhere else, as long as they're progressive, transformative, and they allow the equality, sustainability, is quite important. The last point, I think we should resist patriarchy and patriarchal hierarchy in our posture, in our scholarship, but also in how we sometimes make women feel as though they will be continuously, what do they call it? Perpetually thankful. I am thankful that you advocated for me. Hannah Kimak, sorry. I know. Bukela. I am. But would you sit and say, Professor Malulek, I fought for you to be the Vice Chancellor of TUT. Would you say that? Would you say to the Vice Chancellor of Stellenbosch, I fought for you to be the Vice Chancellor, or when they were fighting you, I was there too? No. We don't strip each other's dignity, and we don't interact on transactional relationships where, because, wait, colleagues, I'll lose my track, where we have to tell people what we did for them to be where they are. Actually, people know that they are in positions of leadership because of the aspirations of not just themselves, but of many people who work in partnership. And I want to say this because if we don't, especially men, black men, and I'm raising this to yourselves now, the ladies will keep quiet for now. We have this difficult discussion with the men because we want your solidarity. Akira is the theme of G20. Our male scholars and students, and I said this when we were celebrating International Women's Day at UNISA. I said, why is it so easy for underqualified men to determine who is a qualified woman in the world of work or in the university? We have not dealt with this question, but this is what hollows women's leadership. If you black men are not attentive to the death-dealing patriarchal and hierarchical cultures that undress women. And when I say undress, I mean, even if a woman is qualified, is doing great work, is changing, is making SAPAM a site of excellence that you're proud to be resourcing, the national planning system and the developments, how do you carry one another? How do we think in the logic and grammar of Ubuntu where we are inextricably bound, and if we help you, we still treat you with dignity? So I want to say, this is how the logic of the global north supremacists is often to tell, we have given you the donations, use them the way we want. We are taking our funds, and we know that it is going to decimate your health systems because your HIV program was dependent on our donations and therefore on our pharmaceuticals. I'm using this analogy because we're going to then rebuild, my brother. We're going to rebuild. Yeah. I'm using this analogy because this is somewhat akin to colonial logics, where now you are silenced because people think they put you there. We're not going to. Messi Amba Odioye, the Ghanaian scholar, reminds us that even in the emancipatory project, even as we fight for transformation in our institutions, in multilateral systems, in multilateral and policy decisions, there are eruptions within eruptions. Meaning, we can collectively fight for equality, but understanding that even as we all claim democracy, equality, and the possibilities of transformation, that because of cultural context, because of patriarchal hierarchy, because of internalized racism where we defer to white systems or white logics, even when we don't have to, that we should be concerned with rebuilding ourselves. And I think the philosophy of Ubuntu says, Dolores Williams says, our role as feminist scholars, is to create a didactic opportunity for us to grow together. So I'm going to be your interlocutor, We have to write together and work together so that in future, if you do somebody good, you don't go and advertise it on Twitter. Oh, I paid school fees for so-and-so. Many people do so. It's in being humble but firm that we can change our world. And I want to use this opportunity and the engagement to say, even as we are here, there are multiple case studies that invite us to dialogue, as I've just dialogued on this particular point, with a young black male student who I'm very proud will be graduating from our university, on how we can extricate ourselves also from the nexus of internalized oppressions. And I think this offers an opportune time because I'm very grateful that you fought for me. I am grateful and I'll always be grateful. Finally, sorry colleagues, finally, you asked about the higher education system. The higher education system only takes 1,200,000 students. UNISA is responsible for 37% of the students' cohort. But when you look at the quality of the education that we are providing, or the distribution of access to resources that help us strengthen our research, you'll also realize that there are distribution asymmetries that we have to still contend with. So if you look at the distribution, and I'm happy that I saw a representative of the Department of Higher Education. I think you should take this as a note, my brother, because it has to be sorted. If you look at SACHI chairs that are supported by NRF, UCT has 40. And the next university, I'm not sure whether it's Stellenbosch or it's UP, they have 37. It's available information. You don't have to go the reports. If you read them, you'll see it. UNISA, with 37%, you colleagues are close to 60? Not yet. You have 3 or you have 2 or 3. And UNISA has 4. So even the distributive systems in our innovation system require an engagement process so that we strengthen all the universities and all the technical and vocational colleges, including science councils, to really be strengthened so that we can change the course of society together. I was just giving you that, just how chairs of scholarship are people who are given the opportunity to think around ideation, innovation, and how to change the landscape or the ecosystem of knowledge. If the very advantaged universities will have the most with an impact on 20,000, and those with 60,000 individuals or people, or even 400,000, only have 3. That must tell you that there's still a long way to go, and therefore our policy systems and advocacy must look into how we can collectively work together to remedy even the tentacles of apartheid that still rear their head 31 years later. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are coming to the close. We are almost there. I ask for a few more minutes of your time. Professor, I've got goosebumps. I am so humbled. I don't know whether to cry, whether to be happy. You've inspired me so much this afternoon, Ma. Thank you so much. I wish, colleagues, I really wish that we could have much more time to engage in such an important discussion, debate. And I think, Prof. Maraj, you said it nicely when you said this is a very important session of the day, and I'm encouraging my DG, DPME, that we look, I mean, you know, it's November when the G20 is. Why not call again our learned and honored, you know, professor, our vice chancellor, to come and address us on a number of issues. So I'm going to ask the gentlemen, I must say thank you, Prof, and thank you, Doctor, on stage, the 2 gentlemen for supporting us. Prof, you still have to remain, but the 2 gentlemen may take your seats. Thank you, sirs, we appreciate you. Please, let's give them a round of applause, a hearty round, thank you. I would like to now call upon Marikane to hand over our gift to the professor, please. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put it together for our Vice Chancellor. Thank you. So while we're doing this, thank you so much, Professor. You may take your seat. Thank you, ma'am. Yes. Ladies and gentlemen, colleagues, today we have not simply shared knowledge. It is important that we listen to this half of the session, or as we close the segment. We have not simply shared knowledge only today, or knowledge from books or theoretical. We've also shared knowledge about our lives. We heard Mr. Vukela there, who's also addressed, you know, his struggles. That's a reality, that's realism. And we thank you for that. But we must also pay heed to the words of our professor, the Vice Chancellor. Ladies and gentlemen, eyes on me, thank you. We're almost done. So today we have not simply shared knowledge, we have listened for transformation. And this final session has invited us into a deeper space, a space where we are asked not just to reflect, but to reformulate. Colleagues, you can take a selfie of me, the front table, you're welcome. They are busy taking selfies. We were reminded by the professor that research is not only about evidence. Yes, we know research is evidence-based, but it's not the only thing. It is also about imagination. And imagination, ladies and gentlemen, is not a luxury. It is a technology of justice. So if we cannot imagine better systems, we will keep perfecting the broken ones. So one of the deepest provocations was the difference, Prof, that you taught us today, and to paraphrase you, between cosmetic and systemic change. Cosmetic change is comfortable, colleagues, but systemic change is courageous. Today's voices, our professor, our doctor, and all other colleagues that spoke to us, and the experts from the morning, have emphasized that today's voices have shown us what it looks like to move from mere appearances to essence, from incremental shifts to structural courage. Every one of us in the room, whether we government, civil society, whether we academics, whether we are, persons who do civic duty, or simply public servants, we must have courage. Thank you, Prof. You taught me today how to speak with courage, so I feel encouraged. Prof, also, I must say to you, like the way you've invited Mr. Vukela, now that you know me, I can also have lunch with you on Women's Day. It's important, colleagues, you all forgot, I told you all I'm close to retirement. Colleagues, we're going to close this day with the same clarity which we began. So knowledge must not remain confined to documents. So we're going to action something today. DPME, my colleagues there, Tsepo and Marakane, you're going to help me to put all of these important discussions today, even if we need to include GCIS, if we need to include SAPM, TUT, put it somewhere, whether you're uploading it on IG, Instagram, whether you're uploading it on, our own social platforms as government, but let us put it somewhere where some of us can relax in the evening and listen to the voices that we've heard today. Now, we keep saying these things, but we never do it. So, sorry, DG, but I'm instructing the team, DG, not you, sir, the team to do that for us. So it must flow through systems, institutions, and the state. So, colleagues, we must not leave anybody behind. Many of our teams, many of our people couldn't be here today. We were the few gifted that could have been. But when you put it out there, like how SABC is going to show me, but when you put it out there so that everybody gets to see it, not just my mother. So then, let me leave you with this thought, colleagues. Every speaker today implied this. So I'm going to leave you with it. I'm going to kind of like spell it out for you because, they were professors. They didn't know much of the grammar. We doctors know better grammar. I mean, that's just the way we roll as doctors. So let me leave you with this, Prof. The G20 is not just a diplomatic milestone. Please, colleagues. We will be missing the biggest opportunity as Africans, as South Africans, if we ever think that this is merely a diplomatic milestone. It is an opportunity to redefine what global leadership looks like. And we will do it as South Africans. What does global leadership look like when shaped by those who carry the weight of history? We heard the professor speak of supremacy. Many of us here, colleagues, we carry the weight of history. But Professor, be rest assured, ma, we also as Africans carry the light of possibility. Thank you. So to deliver our closing reflection, I invite my Deputy Director General and somebody who's been giving me thumbs up the whole day and showing me heart signs from where he's sitting, DPME, Mr. Godfrey Mashamba. Over to you, sir. On that note, I'm going to say goodbye. Thank you for being such fantastic audience, and I love being your host. I must also thank my DG for giving me this greatest opportunity, sir, Dr. Robert Nkuna. I appreciate you, sir. Marakane and Tepo and everybody else. Guys, I love you. Thank you. Wow.
Thank you very much, Program Director, but not so fast. Let me give you this, which I think you must declare. You need to declare this.
Let my amma, my mother, not see this on SABC.
Was that on camera? It was on camera. So it's no secrets here. Thank you very much, Program Director. You have indeed done a great job. I've already been introduced. My name is Godfrey Mashamba from the DPME. and all protocol, I stand on the protocol that has been established, observed. Thank you very much to all the speakers, SAPAM, all the partners involved. I must say, something that I'm taking away with me now, besides all the intellectual and the deep dives that we've taken, is the storytelling. The storytelling, I think, by the program director on the lead, but also various other speakers that have come here, including Mr. Vukela. I think I was, listening intently to just say, okay, here is a narrative. It might have been a little bit long, but the narrative is very important sometimes to understand the broad strokes within which each one of us here comes from. The second thing that I've learned, how the program director manages to put herself in every picture. I just don't know how. Even now towards the end, she was trying to find a way into having lunch with Professor after he has invited Mr. Vukela. Before lunch, she wanted to walk with the Deputy Minister and other people. So I have to learn these things as to how do I put myself into the picture, even next to the protea, Yeah, I feel we are in the knowledge commons. This is very important. That's the third point that I'm picking up from this, that from all our, different orientations or disciplines, we are here sharing into the same space where we are contributing knowledge, but not only knowledge for its own sake, but knowledge that we can use to help us imagine a different future. So with the G20, what I must say is that it must leave us as South Africa with a legacy, a lasting legacy. How do we do that? Which is what we're trying to figure out here, that every one of us in our different spaces, we have a role to play. Whether you are in government, doing the work that you're doing, whether you're in academia, whether you're in business, in civil society, in labor, wherever you are, in the international space, there is a role that we can play and contribute to what South Africa must look like and build as a legacy out of this great opportunity. G20 must not leave us with nothing. It must not leave us with nothing because we are consolidating. If we look at it as consolidating the gains from the global south, the other three countries that have actually taken this position, then we are consolidating the gains of the global south in shaping the agenda for the future for the globe. So we have a big opportunity in front of us. The other thing is the issue around evidence, statistics. I mean, there was a big discussion about statistics and a very interesting fascination with the numbers earlier on. What comes out for me is this issue that from statistics we derive knowledge, but importantly, insight. And then you picked up imagination. Insight is very important, even in this age of AI. With AI, yes, you can generate a whole lot of information very quickly, but insight is very important. How we think, how we make judgment calls, not only in analyzing problems, but in generating solutions and acting on them. Acting on them, according to, I think, the chief economist of DBSA, equated our description of the problem to the scale of intervention so that we are responsive to solving the most pressing problems that we face in society. So evidence that we generate and the knowledge that we generate must be transformative in that way that it has to solve the most pressing problems in society so that we can then have resonance with the words that I think Mr. Chifuta expressed when he reminded us of the interpretation of progressive realization of socioeconomic rights, that at 31 years, the phenomenon of regressing must not be acceptable. Tomorrow must look better than today. And we must just, a simple interpretation of that. So very, very important. The issue around the mega trends of changes happening both locally and in the global space, that more than ever, we are required to be very innovative. In a space of financing, which is a big issue that we're dealing with in this country during the times of fiscal constraints, innovative financing models are ever more important to find solutions to the pressing problems that we have. But more than that, as I'm sitting there listening, I'm a public servant also myself, a program director. I'm thinking about the quality of service that in many areas of government that we need to confront, but also how do we empower society around understanding of quality of service that is delivered by government or institutions of government. So that's very, very important. And this platform, with its own potential to encourage research, to develop, insightful research, young researchers, also the connection between collaborations between different players in the space, be it practitioners and those that are doing research, that there is so much knowledge that is there and data that need to be reinterpreted to define what should be the transformative path for this country. So the space of delivery of services needs a whole lot more insight and analysis, but analysis with the mind of driving solutions. So I think we should use the opportunity that we have here to try and solve that as one of the problems that we have in society. It's not only employment, it's not only, while employment is very important, inequality is very important, but how we use the existing systems or capabilities that we have as a country to solve something that one could call low-hanging fruit, changing the mindset of public servant across the system can actually help to, we're struggling a lot with perception about whether you are proud to be South African. What are those terms, Josephina? Social cohesion, those indicators, social cohesion, that you go around and ask, or you interpret that data that defines social cohesion over a period of 20 years, we have actually regressed. So we need to lift that up. And one of the most easiest places to start is this one of improving quality of services. So with those words, I was drawing from various speakers. These are not my words. So this is my synthesis. Let me invite you to Gala Dinner, which will be in Galleria. Galleria, I'm told, is just on the right-hand side of this room, just on this building. So be well dressed, be well behaved, but be jolly as well, because I think it should be a very important and a useful social event. Thank you very much.